keep talking about you all the time, all the time. I can't help but treat you like you're mine, like you're mine. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind.
My friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. I keep talking about you all the time, all the time. I can't help but treat you like you're mine, like you're mine. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. My friends all say I lost my mind. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my mind. My friends all say I lost my mind.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight it's Overwatch Thursday, and we'll see if the Boise State Overwatch teams can continue their dominating run. And we'll start off in the NECC. And our first match between the Boise State Blue team and Champlain, which is the orange team. It took them 3 maps, but they were able to eventually take down Champlain last week. So the blue team set up to make Boise State undefeated against Champlain. I am Michael Fish Fisher, joined by David Captain Star Vogel to call all of the action. Captain Star, your first game on the desk. Usually they're behind the scenes. So what do you want to see in your first casting experience of this semester?
Well, one of my favorite metas was Zarya and Hog, because it was just really fun to have 2 off tanks and you just pick someone off with the hook. The meta has since changed, so I doubt we'll see that. We're probably going to see double bubble, but you can always hope.
I mean, you can get halfway there. We're either going to get double bubble, or at times we've seen Boise State with the Roadhog and the Wrecking Ball. So, I mean, like, you can at least get half of what you want. I mean, that's better than some people. We've been begging for Arissa since the patch, and I think we've seen her once. So, I mean, at least you're going to get somewhat of what you want to see here tonight.
Arissa is just really hard to play. You have to be pretty passive to make her work.
And
I don't think the Boise State team likes to play passively that much.
Definitely not the blue team. The blue team is definitely all in on aggressive. They want to have big flanks. And I mean, but it's really easy. You just hit Fortified, you take a whole Death Blossom. We've actually seen that happen on the stream. So, I mean, maybe it's a little easier to play than you're giving her credit for. But we will have to see. As we mentioned, we're kicking off things in the NECC. This is map score, not overall best of 3. And Captain Star, how do you think that changes things for the players? Because usually it's a best of 3. You win the first 2 matches. You're like, okay, we can take a break. Now they've got to play map 3 regardless if Boise State wins or not. Do you think that does anything to the players' mental when you're like, I know I'm better than this team, but I've got to play them again?
A lot of it comes down to if it's a best of 3. Even if you lose or win the first one, you're like, okay, we have 1 more to go. We have the momentum. We can push through and get that second game. But when it's all 3 games, you try really hard in all 3. You can start feeling tired by the end. Your stamina starts to run out. So it depends on how well the teams can manage that.
Yeah, it is a really interesting format. The NECC, they like to push map score. They're still an overall winner, so it still is, whoever wins the best of 3 will get a win, but there also will be a map score. So we're playing all 3 maps regardless. We're starting on Nepal here for our first map. I Control, your thoughts on that map?
Nepal is one of my favorite maps. There's so much variety in what you can play. Depending on which of the 3 sub-maps you get, you can have some wildly different comps. I always love seeing the Widow that come out on Ruins. But it really depends on what we see. I really do hope we see a good Zarya Hog, but as I mentioned, that's not going to happen.
I think if we do get Ruins, I do think you'll see Widowmaker. I know Goblin has loved to pull out that Widowmaker, absolutely wreck teams. As we mentioned, it is first match of the night in the NECC. Boise State Blue taking on Champlain. Should have a couple more matches after that as well. This is a jam-packed evening here in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. And this is actually something that I saw, really big honor for Guac. He was named the NECC Player of the Week. So Champlain not only has to realize Boise State Orange beat them last week. Now they're playing the blue team. They now have to go against the reigning Player of the Week. It's going to be a tough test for Champlain to even maybe try and take 1 map off Boise State, because Guac has kind of thrown this double bubble aside. He's played Reinhardt because he loves it, and he plays it incredibly well.
Yeah, and playing those like frontline tanks is very important.
Said Boise State versus Champlain here in the NECC. We will play all 3 maps, regardless of the score after the first 2, if one of the teams is up 2-0. And we're going to Nepal first, and we'll see how Boise State Blue can respond. Right now, they have not dropped a match in NECC. They've taken down Midland, which I know was a big target because they beat Boise State in the championship. And I've been told the players are being handsomely compensated with pizza tonight for that victory after they take down Champlain. Doc might return the pizza if they lose to Champlain, though, so there's still some pressure to make sure you don't let, you peak and then you start falling down. So they've got a lot of pressure if they want that tasty pizza.
And if there's one thing college students love, it's free pizza.
Yeah, there's literally nothing better for a college student than, like, hey, fill out this survey and you'll get free pizza. You're like, all right, I'll show up at the quad at 6 a.m. if you're handing out free pizza. I'm not going to question that at all. So the players are motivated. Unfortunately, I don't know if Champlain knows that, because Champlain might have had to bribe their players with free pizza as well to try to take down Boise State. So get Doc's keys to the game. In Overwatch, never take a fair fight. What does that mean? We'll take fights in unexpected places when the enemy team is unprepared and when you can have ability advantages. It's all brought to you by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online, go check them out at count.com. KOUNT.com for more information. And then, I mean, we talked about this a little bit. This is Boise State, how the blue team thrives, because you never expect a fair fight when Goblin is flanking on the Torbjorn behind your whole team.
Yeah, and you even have a little Torbjorn hammer. Which is,
oh, you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I want to see this Torbjorn flank. It's always fun to see. Torbjorn is a surprisingly tanky champion that can also deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, we've seen teams just like walk into the Molten Core. We have yet to see the Nano, the Torbjorn, for him to just swing his hammer around. I've read online that a Nano Torbjorn hammer does as much, if not more, than a Rhine hammer. So that would be the next evolution of the flank, is the Nano, the flanking Goblin, and just have him beat everyone to death with his hammer.
I feel like you just pair that with the Zarya to just grab everyone together, and then you just go ham.
We just get him swinging right in front of him. Like, you can't use the right shield to block all that. That would be great. Now, you said you want to see Hog Zarya. I want to see the Nano Torbjorn just absolutely meleeing people to death with his hammer. Doubt we'll see either of those tonight. We might see Torbjorn, though, which is incredible, the amount of heroes that Goblin can play, because I think he's been able to play almost every single hero successfully, to my knowledge at least.
And playing Torbjorn is surprisingly difficult because his gun has so much travel time with all of his shots. So it's kind of like Mei. You have to, if you're good with timing and all of that, you can hit some fabulous headshots. But it can be tough. It can be difficult to predict the enemy movement sometimes.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing at the bottom there, Captain Star? You might have to be invited back, because there's no King's Row involved tonight, which is an absolute miracle, because usually we always see King's Row. I'm surprised we don't just play King's Row for every map at this point. So you know what? You're maybe the good luck charm already, because we haven't seen King's Row, which is already a win in my book.
I'm one of the very few people that I've always loved seeing King's Row. I've always loved playing it. I've always loved watching us play it. It's always fun to me, and I don't know why everyone hates it so much.
Because we see it all the time.
But it's such a good map. It's so good. It also doesn't hurt that my favorite champions are meta on that map. So.
Oh, there you go. Now I know why you want to see King's Row. You're just like, hey, pick King's Row. Maybe I'll be able to step in and absolutely dominate. So, I mean, I guess you'll be the only disappointed player out there that we did not get King's Row. So you see our players here: Guac, Kel, Goblin, Plato, a large bagel, and Asu. We've seen the members there of Champlain: Lido, Luxy, Frosty, Roy, Trax, and Java Chup. Java Chup had some struggles last week. He's the player for Champlain I want to watch. Some very, very poorly timed sound barriers here and there. So I do want to see how he responds this week against Boise State Blue, because that is going to be the toughest thing, is how he responds. Because if you have bad sound barriers against Boise State Blue, your team's just going to get absolutely rolled over.
Yeah, sound barrier is really good for mitigating burst damage, but if you mistime that and you just take a little bit too much damage a little bit too late, it's basically worthless.
As we mentioned, Guac is the reigning NECC Player of the Week for his play on Reinhardt. So not only are they going to have to look out for good sound barriers, they're also going to have to make sure they dodge those shatters. They find a way to get through that shield. If he does play Ryan, it's his favorite champion. It's meta-ish is maybe the best way to say it. It doesn't really fit the double bubble, but it can definitely work if you play it really well. So Champlain's got their work cut out for them. They took Boise State Orange all the way to overtime on map 3 to determine the overall winner last week at NECC. So we know this is a talented team. We know they have some fight in them, and we're going to hop into this first map here. It's on Nepal. It's Champlain. It's Boise State Blue. It's the NECC. And here we go.
So for starting off on Shrine, and this is an interesting point with the whole center, with the pillar that you can hide behind. It makes brawls really effective here. But Divas also has a decent time if you can take that control of that high ground.
Curious to see what Boise State Blue wants to bring out. Looks like we won't get our T preview. There we go. And interesting enough, Boise State's gone away. Both teams actually going with very similar matchups here, at least for now. They still have 20 seconds to swap around.
I wonder if that Symmetra is going to actually stay, or if they're just using that for a quick exit of the point so they can get to the control point a little bit faster. I don't really like the Symmetra pick all that much into the Doomfist, but obviously the players don't know it yet.
Well, what about Symmetra into Symmetra as Frosty swaps off at the last moment? We'll see if either of them plan to stay or if it's just for a cheeky teleport. It looks like one team will stick on the Symmetra. Champlain will sit back to the Doomfist on Frosty, so we'll see how that matchup plays out. As Captain Sargent, not something that he likes too much. They're playing behind Boise State, but they're able to take out Lucky first, so they're down a tank now. Block shield barely holding, lives at 45 HP. Lito's going to get dropped out of the mech immortality because Will's also with a Mega Diva. Goblin gets the double kill, and that's going to be nearly a team kill for Boise State, and that's the way to start.
Yeah, BSC was able to get there just slightly faster, and those Symmetra turrets got set up and were able to take control point, making it really hard for Champlain to push into. And even though the Doomfist did get in the back line, he was not able to get any actual eliminations out of it.
Champlain swapped over to that Zarya. Boise State blew his run from time to time, but they'll stick on the Diva for now. So Kel's got pressure to eat the grab, but he's still on the Diva for coming around. Barrier's going to come up. Frosty the first elimination. Plato incredibly low. He'll pop the Deadeye, unfortunately right behind the pillar. Still gets one onto tracks. And that's going to allow Boise State to just run down the remaining members to Champlain, and they'll pick up another win.
One thing you saw there was the Zarya on the side of Champlain just jumping off the edge. It showed that they're a good coordinated team when they know when the fight's lost, and they decide to just try to reset as fast as possible.
Double Amp Matrix up. One on each side, no other ults available, but you do see the Meteor Strikes close for Frosty. That would be a nice little flank, so pressure on Asu to land that immortality field. You also see a large Vega right now, nearly tripling Jabba Chump's sound barrier. There's the Amp Matrix, looks like they're going to go down. Trax immortality field has already been taken care of. There's no elimination to speak of quite yet. Goblin will stay alive. Luxy going to be the first one taken out. Meteor Strikes online. Frosty gets stunned. He'll commit it at very low HP. He'll pick up 2 kills. Can he get another one? The answer is no, but Jabba Chump's able to turn that fight on Asu. Kel's going to get one elimination, but this time it's Champlain. That'll send Boise State back retreating as the Diva Bomb comes out. Doesn't find anything, but Kel's just got to wait for his team.
Champlain's Ant Matrix came out a little bit later, and they were able to sustain some damage on point, and were able to slowly whittle down Boise State, and were able to bait out that immortality a little bit earlier, and that's what ended up making them win.
Roy going to pop the Deadeye. Not going to be able to find anything. Great line of sight there by Boise State. Ooh, that grab from Lito. Solo committed onto Plato. An interesting strategy. He will be taken out. Photon Barrier will come down from Goblin to try and help Boise State sustain some of this damage in a 5v6. Trying to find Frosty is Kel. Looks like he jumps right on top of him. There's an Ant Matrix that will come down, but Jabba Chump's got another elimination. Goblin gets taken out, but he'll get the only kill for Boise State. Cal gets one more, but it looks like the Broncos going to be forced to reset once again here. Plato comes in for the flank, gets one onto Trax, but has to back off and ends up getting sniped.
I think Boise State just needs to play a little passively, start building a couple of ults, get that ult advantage up and running, and then play off of that. Because right now they're approximately even in the ult economy, and I think that they are not quite
losing the fight despite the solo grab. It's kind of crazy. The Amp Matrix comes down from Trax first. Boise State has the sound barrier and a Deadeye. They'll commit to Deadeye. Try to find something around the shield, and they'll get Jabba Chump. Grab's going to come out from Lito once again. And that's going to allow Champlain to pick up 2 more. Kel does get one. Large Bagel's going to get another one. He committed the sound barrier to keep Boise State in that fight. Jabba Chup has his sound barrier, but he is respawning. Got taken out by the Deadeye. And that picks enough to allow Boise State to flip the point.
And that was a very close fight. Boise State used every single ult they had, but they were able to secure this point. And as you see, they already have 2 ults that are almost back up already.
Champlain's going to probably have 1 fight and then maybe a staggered recontest, depending on how fast this one goes. Kel's able to remech. Deadeye will start the fight first. There's a Photon Barrier that will come down, and Ant Matrix as well. And Champlain's just content to wipe this one out, but now they're in last fight territory, and they've already lost both of their tanks. Immortality Field will be taken out. Meteor Strikes coming down. It holds the sound barrier for Champlain. Immortality Field will keep everyone alive. Huge 3-man chowder from Glock. That's why he's the reigning player of the week. And that will be enough for Boise State to pick up the first map. Closer than maybe we thought at the start, Captain Star, but still a Boise State round 1 win.
Boise State, I think, was a little bit undisciplined with their ult economy, but they were able to figure out what they were doing wrong and fix that error. That last fight was really interesting because what pretty much won them that fight was the Amp Matrix Reinhardt whatever that ability's called. The one-shot the Zarya. And that basically took her off the fight so that they could focus the Rhino so much easier. And it was just unlucky on the side of Champlain that happened to him. They had a much better chance of winning if they were able to keep the Zarya alive.
Champlain has also run into the issues that time and time again, Luxie has been the first member eliminated in fights. And when you are the team without a Reinhardt, fights will usually not go your way. As Boise State will go for a full comp swamp. Champlain just changing a few. Frosty appropriately now on the May, with the name suiting him a little bit better. Boise State pulls out the Pharmacy. They've also got the Orisa here.
And Boise State seems to be going for a spam comp with lots of long-range damage with the Reinhardt to actually contest point. We'll see how well it works against the Brawl Camp that Champlain's brought out.
Javachups nearly died multiple times. There's Luxie, first pick once again. Goblin's going to pick him up, but the second Rhine will be taken out. Neither team with a Rhine now. Bolito's gone down. There's no tank available. Fortify comes out from Guac. We know how tanky that Orisa is with the changes. As soon as it falls, though, Trax will take him out. Nice revive's going to come out here from Asu, and Boise State's going to win the first fight.
Yeah, going forward, Boise State's comp is going to look to pick off Champlain in transition while they're rotating to point, whereas Champlain probably just wants to get to point and stay there because they will win the fight on point if they can get there.
Goblin setting up for a sneaky rocket barrage, the only ult in the game for Boise State. There's an Ant Matrix up for Trax. Goblin does have to be careful, though. You can see Champlain doing a nice job tracking this Pharah. Goblin incredibly low. They have caught Frosty out. They baited out the Cryo Freeze as well, trying to spam her down. Ant Matrix comes off on the point. Cannot see that, as right now we're chasing that. Goblin will win that, but Guac has gone down. There's the rocket barrage. He's going to get one on Trax. Get taken out. Asu will get the revive, though. Both teams down a couple of members. The revive puts Boise State even at 4 aside. Plato's trying to gun down Lido. Can't quite find it, but Goblin will punch Luxie in the back. He'll get another one on to the Zarya. And that res from Asu proves clutch, as that's a big reason why Boise State was able to put that point back in their favor.
And that fight was way closer than it needed to be. Boise State had split damage with the Pharah going after the May instead of focusing the rest of the team. I feel like Boise State could have held that entire point if the Pharah was a little bit more disciplined, or there was a little bit more communication of let the May run away and focus the rest of the team while they're moving.
Champlain's going to try this again, flank through the point. Tac Visor's going to come out as well as an Ant Matrix. Nice May wall from Frosty. He's going to chop Plato and Goblin on the wrong side. Goblin will get rezzed once again as the Valkyrie's been committed by Asu. Boise State will get one back on the tracks. They're each down a member. Kel and Guac will be taken out, though, thanks to the blizzard from Frosty. Rocket Barrage comes out from Goblin, not able to find anything, and Boise State's going to be forced back to spawn.
Yeah, I think Boise State has had a rough time trying to pick off members while they're getting to point. They swapped to the Ashe, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to play this any better with that pick.
Interesting that now that they have the Ashe and the Pharah to boost from that Mercy, they have not traded off yet. There is a Shatter available as well as a Supercharger. Deadeye Sound Barrier grab on the other side that Boise State has to deal with, and that's an awful spot to be. Great Maywall from Frosty. He's going to trap Kel, and he's going to be taken out as well as Guac. Plato's trying for the flank. Does get one onto Roy. Trax will be taken out as well, but Boise State unfortunately has to reset and wait for both their tanks, and Champlain now nearing that 75% mark.
Yeah, this May has been getting some fantastic walls to just split the tanks off of Boise State and force a like 2v5 situation, and Boise State just can't win those.
Now the old wall and maul that Boise State has run time and time again, working out well here for Champlain. Grab's going to come out. It's going to miss Kel, though. He's not going to be able to put up a shield. Guac will take down Roy. There's a two-man shatter that will come out. Immortality Field's going to keep Frosty and Lido alive for now. The sound barrier from Javachup lands only onto himself, unfortunately. That was an issue that plagued Champlain last week. And with that and Frosty and Lido not able to stay alive, Boise State should be able to flip the point here, but they are in overtime and cannot afford to drop the fight.
This is going to be really difficult because Boise State doesn't have any huge ultimates coming up, and Champlain already has the Shatter and the Blizzard.
Rocket Barrage is online. Ant Matrix from a large bagel should be up soon.
Nothing's gonna stop.
A lot of pressure here on Goblin to get a big flank. He's going to try for it. Ends up picking the wrong direction, and now he's got to get over to the point in a hurry. And Champlain top right onto it. There's a Shatter and a Blizzard that's going to come down. Kel will be the first elimination. Rocket Barrage not going to go off in its entirety as Goblin will get frozen. Immortality Field keeps him alive from a large bagel. gets taken out. Now Frosty's able to take down Guac. Champlain does a great job flipping the point, so Boise State has all the pressure on them. A Valkyrie comes out from AC. He's going to get the revive on the Guac. It's not going to be enough. Kel will come in on the wrecking ball just to stall, but he's in a 1v2, and I don't think it's going to go very well for him. He'll take down Trax. Roy's able to take down AC before he gets taken out. Boise State running back to the point. I don't think they're going to get there in time, and Champlain forces us to a map 3 on control, and it's a great job, a great chance here to take a map from Boise State.
That was a little bit of a surprising outcome. I think Boise State just had a little bit of a problem with communication. You saw multiple times that Farrah was off doing her own thing while the rest of Boise State's team was taking a beating, and I think that that needs to change if they're going to take this series.
Does look like Boise State is gone a little bit more standard. Do have the Soldier and the Doomfist still. We'll see what they want to come out with. Champlain has to be very happy with that last result. I mean, as you mentioned, Boise State went for a pick comp. Never really got any picks, and as soon as they got on the point, Champlain dominated.
I wonder if Champlain's going to keep that May, because the May was working wonders for them. It just is a little bit harder to run here on this point.
Going to keep the May. There's the Torbjorn for Boise State. Plato's going to pick up the Soldier as well. Looks like these teams are going to meet off the point. Plato putting in a ton of damage. On the side of Champlain. Now he can go for a great flank there if he wants, or retreat to the rest of his team. Track has already used the Immortality Field. It's been taken out. That's going to allow Guac and Kel to pick up a kill. Kel's going to get a double boop off the edge as well. And that's a great start for Boise State to make sure they don't drop this first round.
Yeah, that was a really good retake from Boise State. They got pushed off the point. They just consolidated, waited until they had an advantage, and then they just pushed.
See, Guac already has the Shatter. His counterpart Luxy only at 30%.
I'm excited to see the Torbjorn flank that I'm sure will happen at some point. I hope.
He tried it on the Pharah. That May wall just misses from trapping Guac. There's the Shatter, going to land onto 3 for Champlain. Immortality Field from Trax comes out at the perfect time to keep him alive. It will be taken out, and Luxy's the first one to fall. But Java Chip will win the bad deals with Lucio, and he'll take down a large Bagel. Unfortunately, Bagel was the sacrifice, and the rest of Champlain will go down in short order. Boise State will win another fight very cleanly.
And Champlain messed up their wall just slightly. They put it a little bit too far back and didn't wall off any of Boise State. And they had a perfect opportunity to rotate the point and take it. But I think they were a little bit confused on what their follow-up should be. And because of that, Boise State was able to catch a few of them off from behind the barrier and got a clean Shatter.
4 alts up for Boise State, just an Ant Matrix up for Champlain, but they've got a Blizzard and a Sound Barrier coming if they can stay alive. Molten Core is going to come out right through the Ant Matrix, going to try and bend it right around the wall. Tac Visor will come down for Plato, but a great job by Champlain, line of sighting all of that damage. Immortality Field does come down from Track. Boise State can't find it. That's going to allow them to stabilize, and now there's a Sound Barrier and a Blizzard online for Champlain that Boise State has to be worried about. There's the May wall. They're going to try and catch out Guac. Not able to find him. Kel does a great job beating that Blizzard from a sneaky position. Frosty had no idea he was there. Give it up for Kel. He's your MVP of that match. As without that Blizzard, Champlain had no hope of winning. And they're going to lose 5 members.
And Champlain was a great spot. They were up multiple ultimates. But Boise State was just able to put so much damage to keep them from leaving that small enclosed area that they just couldn't come out without taking a few losses.
Last fight here for Champlain. They're barely able to get on the point to force overtime. There's a deep buff available as well as a Sound Barrier. Both sides have it. Sound Barrier from Java Chip will be instantly committed. Guac's gonna get stunned up there. He's gonna force out Immortality Field. Sound Barrier comes out from a large Bagel. Another Molten Core from Goblin. He's gonna get knocked off the edge though. Great halt by Lido to at least pull him away, but the Molten Core already picked up 3. It's too little too late for Champlain. Boise State will pick up the team kill. They'll 100-0 on map 3, and they'll go up 1-0 here in the NECC.
Can I just say, it warms my heart to see a Torbjorn get maybe a play of the game while they're already dead.
Play of the game is actually going to go to Kel on the Diva. And it wasn't even the Blizzard steal that I thought it might have been. It's just him holding down his left click button. No, it's a double environmental kill. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll accept that one.
Blizzard loves their environmental kills. And that's a big reason why Boise State's Kel gets player of the game, and Boise State picks up the first map win over Champlain. But at times, probably closer than Boise State was hoping for, especially on that map 2. They tried for something, you know, as you mentioned, the pick comp, and they couldn't find any picks.
Yeah, they had a little bit too much split damage. Their Pharaoh did Pharaoh things just off on her own a little bit too often. And there just wasn't enough frontline pressure to keep them off the point. And that was Boise State's win condition, is keep them from getting to point. They just couldn't successfully pull that off.
Do you think we'll see another struggle in our next map for Boise State, or do you think based on maybe that kind of dominating performance on map 3 on Control, Boise State, you know, as long as they play the right comp or at least play to their comp strengths, that they'll pretty much run away with this one?
I think Boise State, if they play well, they play the right comp, they play the comp right, they should win most of these, if not all of the maps. But if they play it slightly wrong, like they played the pick comp, which is theoretically okay, they just played a little bit wrong, and they got severely punished for it. I just want to – different maps are going to favor different comps, and we'll just see what Boise State feels like playing and if they can play it right.
Get ready for map number 2 between Boise State Blue and Champlain here in the NECC. Boise State Blue undefeated so far. I'm actually don't believe they've dropped a single map as Champlain, or as the NECC plays all 3 maps regardless of overall scores. So I'll be curious to see if Champlain can find a way. They were somewhat close on Control, at least got them to the 3rd map of Control. We'll see if on Hybrid or Escort they may be able to steal one away from Boise State, but it feels like when both of them are playing their strongest comps, when you've got Guac on that Reinhardt, Boise State is in complete command. But we'll see what is up either team's sleeve here as we go on to map number 2.
Dumbani is an interesting map. There's a lot of different viable comps here. You can play dive. There's a lot of open space. There's also a lot of tight and close places, so you can play brawl, push your way to point. Looks like Boise State has gone with a dive comp, and Champlain's gone traditional brawl. We'll see how that works out for them.
You know, the current meta is double bubble, and everyone team thinks that they have the best double bubble. This is the first time we've seen Boise State pull that out in its true form of the Winston and the Zarya. We've seen Wrecking Ball Zarya at times. We've even seen Reinhardt Zarya at times. This is the first time we'll see the true double bubble come out for Boise State. Frosty drops low, but he's going to be able to be sustained there. Plato has a great flank, trying to burst down Lido. Frosty once again low, but so is Kel. Plato finds Frosty right behind him, didn't even see him, gets the headshot. First elimination for Boise State. Roy's going to answer back with a headshot onto a large bagel as well. Lido's been taken out of the mech. He'll get punched down by Kel. Javachuk trying to get away. Plato sees him, doing a nice job line of sighting behind that mech, but still going to get gunned down by that Tracer. Meanwhile, Roy popping off here. His second kill of the engagement, but Plato says anything you can do, I can do better. He'll pick up 4. And Plato, huge reason why, even though he gets taken out at the very end by a headshot, why Boise State's going to probably pick up this card or at least get a couple ticks.
Yeah, I think Champlain's big mistake there was they tried to push. They pushed Bagel on that Ana, but they left their Mei behind. And as soon as that happened, Boise State just pounced on the Mei, got the early elimination, and were able to just kind of use that pressure to keep the fight going.
Great pulse bomb for Plato, is going to take down Luxie. Boise State will lose Goblin though, as Frosty's able to snipe him out of the sky. Boise State will probably wait for the respawn there. There's a Deadeye on Champlain's side as well as an Ant Matrix. Boise State's got that Rocket Barrage. They've also got the grab. Great combination as Lido will not be demech. Thought Kel was going to be able to get him. Fortunately not. Frosty's going to get a great play onto Plato. So after an early slow start, Frosty's come alive here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Champlain's ults are going to be used in this next fight.
There's a nano on the Rocket Barrage. Roy's going to put a quick stop to that. A great Maywall stops Kel from being able to combo with the grab. Plato's able to get a couple kills. We do see the Primal Range come out as well from Goblin, or from Guac. He's going to get frozen up though. It's not going to stop them as Kel never has been below 75 charge. Now he will because there's nothing for him to shoot at. It's going to be a big reason why Boise State is just chugging along right now.
Yeah, Boise State got a few early picks, and then the Blizzard came out, but it was just not enough to turn the fight. Even though it did get, it did freeze Guac on that Winston. Coming into this next fight, Boise State only has this Graviton surge, so we'll see if Champlain is able to successfully punish Boise State's dive.
They got a Diva Bomb, they've got a Deadeye, there's a Pulse Bomb that's going to come out from Plato, won't find anything. Immortality kills from Trax, will come down. He's immediately taken out. Grab will be used, they're only going to be able to get Roy into it. Sound barrier from Java Chuck comes out a bit too late to save his team, as it's only on him and Frosty right now, and that shield will be burned through relatively quickly, and Frosty will be the next elimination. Cal now hunting, trying to find one more, he'll get it onto Java Chuck. Boise State only has to win one more fight, and they'll have plenty of time if they're able to cap it quickly here.
Yeah, Boise State is going to have a hard time doing this last part because of that self-destruct and the Deadeye on the side of Champlain. But it's definitely possible with this barrage that's coming up.
Rocket Barrage on the line. Champlain has to be wary of it. Deadeye is going to come out. He's going to find Asu, but Gobble will then get him in return. Setting up for a great Rocket Barrage. Going to call it in. He'll take down Luxy. Barely able to survive as Frosty goes down afterwards. The Blizzard did come out, as well as the Diva Bomb, but neither of them able to find anything as Goblin finally gets his revenge. He picks up 3. Can he make it 4 as we get a swamp from Roy, and it is going to be 4 for Goblin. Pulse Bomb will come out for Plato, not able to find anything. Nano goes on to Kel to try and get him a grab in time, but it's not going to matter. Boise State, 3 caps without really much of a fight from Champlain. 4:15 on the clock. The only thing that slowed him down was that payload.
And Boise State took the fight in unexpected places. They were able to use their mobility to just dive on top of anyone on Champlain who was weak, and they were able to just steamroll their way past multiple points that realistically they shouldn't have been able to do, but Champlain was not positioned properly to stop that. One thing I want to point out is Champlain has had that Mei the entire time, and I don't think it's working very well for them. They worked really, really well on that one map on Nepal, and I think they're just trying to force it, and I don't think it's going to work out super well.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, they've had a couple of decent Blizzards. There was a Mei wall that, in hindsight, didn't do anything, but it did cut Kel off from helping grab on the Nano Rocket Barrage. But I think you're right. It feels like they've said, oh, well, Frosty was really good on that one map, so let's force it. I mean, what would you swap over to if you're Champlain instead of that Mei?
I think a McCree or Soldier would both be really good to just help deal with this Pharah, because Pharah's been able to do so much consistent damage. You saw the Barrage that won that last fight almost single-handedly. I just don't think they have a good answer for Pharah, and Mei is not going to help you in that regard.
They're going to stick with the Mei, and it's actually going to be a Torbjorn, but it's not Goblin on the Torbjorn, it is Plato on the Torbjorn for Boise State. We'll see how far Champlain can get. They have their work cut out for them. All 3 points, 4 minutes, 15 seconds, what Boise State just put up. We'll see if Champlain can do the same. They're going to walk right into this constant rocket spam. They're going to try for a long flank, and Lito's actually going to be able to boot Kel off the edge. That's going to be a great start. Goblin's now just coming from behind. Nearly takes down Trax on that Moira, and he's going to be able to do it now. Guac's going to jump up with that Tesla cannon, but Goblin's already picked up 2, and Champlain just does a complete circle around the point. They're going to lose 2 more members. Lito gets another elimination, but it's not going to be enough. And now you're going to start getting staggered kills here. One onto Luxy. The Baby Diva's next as Boise State has her surrounded. And that was an interesting strat for Champlain to kind of circle the point and lose members.
Yeah, Champlain got the early pick, and they were in a fantastic position, but I feel like they just didn't know what to do once they got around. They decided to just go after the Ana, but because they weren't very disciplined in their positioning, their backline was exposed, and you just saw what happened to their backline once they split up a little bit. I think Champlain needs to get on the point and stay there. I don't think they need to chase or do anything else, because that's what dive comps are for, and that's not what they have.
Rocket Barrage from Goblin picks up 2. Great shield from Luxy prevented more damage as Goblin's going to end up with 4. The other 2 going to self-destruct off the edge, and Goblin's Rocket Barrage solos that fight for Boise State.
Yeah, I think a lot of this match comes down to Champlain just not knowing what to do. They're trying things, but it's not really working for them, and they don't seem to be swapping it. They need to make some swaps because what they're doing is obviously not successful.
Well, as you say it, they will swap the Reinhardt out for the Winston.
I don't think that's enough because the backline is going to be even more exposed once the Winston dives.
I think they're going for a thing that we've seen in Doc's Keys of the Game time and time again as Luxy gets picked off, is don't stay on a hero just for an ultimate, because that could be killer. And you probably have to think that you see the Coalescence, you see the Blizzard, you see the Diva Bomb, and that's, I'm guessing, what Champlain is going for and why they're not swapping off any of those heroes.
Ults can be very powerful, but if you don't play it right and you don't have the right comp in the first place, I just don't think it's going to work out for him at this rate.
They're going to be walking into 5 ults for Boise State. We'll see how the Broncos manage to use them. There's a rocket barrage right off the nano. Track's going to be taken out. Goblin gets one more on to Luxie. Roy will be the third one. The concussive grenade will come out, but it's not enough to slow down Goblin. And those ults going to stay on cooldown. Only the Coalescence came out from Tracks. I don't even think I saw it on the screen in time. As Frosty will get picked off, and everyone else for Champlain's got to retreat. And Boise State will use 2 ults, and they'll win 1 fight. Now there's only a minute left.
Yeah, the Diva from Champlain just couldn't quite get that defense matrix up in time, and it cost him very heavily.
Just under a minute left. Full engage here from Luxie. Lito's there as well. Hard to get that Blizzard up on the high ground, though. Valkyrie is going to come out from Asu. Quack has the Primal Rage available whenever he wants to use it. There's a multi-core that's going to come out from Plato. Sound barrier from Javachup will help keep his team alive, but Luxie's still going to be the first one to fall. Shields have now all expired, and now the members of Champlain will fall in short order. Frosty, Trax, Javachup, all going to join the party. Deep Bomb does come out from Lido, but he's not going to find anything. Another Rocket Barrage will come out, and Boise State has probably won this. We'll see a staggered recontest from Champlain at best here in the final 15.
Yeah, Champlain just didn't really use any offensive ults. They used their Sound Barrier and their Diva Bomb, but neither of them were able to do much, and Boise State just outpaced them.
Luxie's actually finally able to get 1 elimination on the Goblin, so he will not have a clean slate. But that's all that Champlain's going to find. There's the Deadeye and there's the Blizzard that they sat on for over 2 minutes. And they will come out and get a total of 1 kill between them. And Plato's even going to kill Frosty from the grave. Overtime will expire. It's 0s across the board for Champlain, and Boise State wins the second one, and we're going on to map number 3, but the Broncos already picked up the W.
We'll see who gets play of the game. There were plenty of plays to choose from, but we'll see what the game likes.
Probably the Goblin solo rocket barrage will be my guess, and here it is. Not for the shield from Luxie. You can't even imagine what would have happened, but he gets 2, and the rest of Champlain quickly self-destructs. Goblin gets a couple of credit for some, but that solo rocket barrage won the fight for Boise State.
Yeah, those rocket barrages were really fantastic, and
that was a great job by Boise State. Don't forget, you can check out the Esports Tower every Monday on the Boise State Twitch page. You can score pro advice at esportstower.com, improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. Go check them out on the Esports Tower. Come check out the talent every Monday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time in the Esports Tower Rumble. Right now, it's the NECC, Boise State Blue at Champlain. We're heading on to map 3. Broncos have already picked up the W, but the NECC has map score incorporated as well, so the Broncos would like the 3-0 sweep as we see production holding it down right now for us, Captain Star. And I mean, ever since that 3rd map on Control, Boise State has absolutely shut out Champlain. Is there anything Champlain can do on our 3rd map here to get a point, push the payload, anything?
I think they need to drop your May. It just didn't work out for them. They tried it for so long, and they held the Blizzard for like 2 minutes straight without even attempting to use it. They could have used it and built a new one in that entire time. They just need to be able to use their ultimates more effectively, have a little bit a better of an idea of what Boise State's going on or what Boise State's planning. There were so many barrages that you could probably have guessed they were coming, but they just didn't expect it, and they've lost multiple people.
Yeah, I do think the inability or the unwillingness for Champlain to stop was actually a big reason why they did not win. I mean, we talked about they had the Blizzard for like 1.5 to 2 minutes. Finally used it in the very final fight. I mean, you've even mentioned that the May is kind of one of those, well, it worked well for Frosty 3 maps ago. Maybe he'll get it to work here is what it feels like. I mean, also, the tank lineup feels kind of weak here as we see the players for both teams. And I think you're right, though. I think the biggest thing here is you got to get some swaps from Champlain. As you see here, I like the new Champlain logo. That is a very sneaky-looking beaver. He looks like he's got something up his sleeve. I don't like it.
Well, we'll see if they actually do have something up their sleeve in this next map. I do think they really need to swap that May, though. If Boise State runs a Reinhardt, maybe, but it didn't happen last map. We'll see if it happens this one.
We'll hop into map 3 for a moment. Hopefully we're able to get back into that one rather quickly there. But game is paused, so we're just waiting to see. Somebody must be having an issue for one of the teams. Hopefully they can get that resolved quickly and Boise State can continue on the winning ways. Or maybe it was that sneaky beaver chewing through somebody's Ethernet line trying to slow down Boise State's hot start. You see, there's the sneaky beaver. Champlain, we have a new logo for them. He looks devious. He looks like the kind of beaver, Captain Star, that would chew through an Ethernet line and maybe, you know, try and cool off Boise State and allow Champlain a couple extra minutes to, you know, regroup, regather, and then run down Boise State. Yeah, I think Champlain really needs to think about what to do next instead of just hopping right into the next map. They need to discuss, figure out what went right, what went wrong. Obviously, there was a lot that went wrong, and you need to be able to decide what to do to fix it. And what I saw from the very beginning of that was a Sigma and a Roadhog, I believe. Yep. And that is a very different change of pace, and I hope it works out for them a little bit better than it did with their previous comps. Yeah, unfortunately, on Numbani for Champlain, I mean, when the opposing team 3-caps you with 4 minutes and change, and you don't even get a single tick on the point, a lot went wrong, and unfortunately not a lot went right. So we'll see what they have up their sleeve for game number 3 here. Looks like we have resolved our issues. We're going to hop right into it as Lito's the first one taken down. And we've got a full swap here, at least from between Frosty and Lito. They have swapped between tank and DPS. Frosty now on that Roadhog, Lito on the Echo, and it fortunately did not start well for Lito. Yeah, they have a much more of a damage spam comp than they did before. And Boise State is still running this double bubble dive kind of comp. It just seems like Boise State is able to jump on them before Champlain can actually punish them. 3 eliminations for Boise State. The pulse bomb misses, or it could have been a whole lot worse. Java Chuck will get caught out as well, and Boise State will capture the first point relatively quickly. Yeah, I think Champlain needs to post up somewhere. And just sit behind or sit in front of your Torbjorn turret and just help get that extra damage out. But that's not going to help them at all. No, Goblin is very far in front of that payload, probably 75 meters in front of it, and he's able to gun down tracks on that Mercy, trying to pocket Echo. Has the translocate, or the duplicate, not the translocate, the duplicate available. Could maybe pick Kel and get a couple of grabs to turn the fight. Speaking of that, Kel and Guac both very low. Plato gets another pick on the track. Nano's going to come out on Guac to full heal, and will get hit by an anti, though. As you see, there's the duplicate onto that Winston for Lito. Java Chup will be gunned down by the Tesla cannon. A Deadeye for Goblin's going to pick up 2 more. And it's just that duplicated Winston alive. He did get the Primal Rage off. The duplicate will fall. And now Echo's got to try and run away from that Tesla cannon. And she'll just barely line aside Boise State. Yeah, Champlain, I feel like, weren't regrouped. They were very split. And they had like 4 people engage first. And then the rest of them followed up later. But at that point, they were already down 2 and it was too late. Rally's going to come out from Asu. There's a pulse bomb from Plato. Won't find anything. Well, Boise State has lured Luxie and friends up onto that high ground. Luxie will bail. He's going to leave his 2 teammates up there without much support. Javachup will be the first one taken out. Sleep's going to land onto Frosty, who's just taking a nap on that bridge while the teams are fighting below. Luxie does get one back onto Kel. Plato's able to gun down Lito, though. Now on that Echo, as his eye sets on tracks or onto Roy. Nice shield's going to come out at the last moment from Frosty. And it's just enough for Roy to stay alive, and Boise State's run into their first real issues here, trying to push this final point to spot number 2. But at the very least, Champlain have shown that they have the potential to win a fight every once in a while. We'll see if they can keep up this momentum. But I do like their comp a lot more than it was before. Goblin tried for the cheeky flank on to Javachup. He's hit by an anti and not able to finish him, and he'll get punched down by the 2 supports. Boise State's got the nano and the grab. Boise State has the potential to grab and then follow up with a pulse bomb. I don't really think that Champlain has much to counter Boise State in this regard, but we'll see how it plays out. The good news for Champlain is that their team is staying pretty spread. Lito's going to get the first pick onto Goblin as well. Roy will barely stay alive. Now get taken out. There's that duplicate onto the Zarya. We'll see how fast he can build the grab. Grab's going to come out from Frosty first. And Boise State looks like they're going to bait that out. There's another grab this time from Lido that's going to come out. No chance here for Boise State. They'll just let themselves reset, get a bunch of vaults out of the way, and try it again.
And Champlain seems to be doing exactly what their comp is supposed to do, which is punish Boise State when they try to engage. Boise State's trying to engage on all these targets. Champlain just hides behind the Rhine. Zarya, you have your Echo kind of go off and poke a little bit. But essentially, they just need to focus fire whoever dives first. And unfortunately, Boise State just aren't quite fast enough to be able to take an advantage in any of these fights.
Plato going to get hit there, knocked away as he was trying to look for that flank. Guac incredibly low. Boise State does have that rally available. There's a Deadeye that's going to come out, and Roy's going to find one on Kel. That's going to shut down the grab. Goblin tries to answer back. It gets taken out in his own Deadeye. Plato does finally get an elimination. Lido's going to get burned down, but Traxton gets that revive, and Boise State is going to unfortunately have to wait for some respawns. There's a rally that's going to come out. We do have that swap onto the Widowmaker, and Boise State's now just kind of throwing ults at random places, trying to find something. Shatter does come out from Luxy, not able to find anything. Large Bagel currently dueling Frosty, and that's not going to go very well for him. Primal Rage comes out from Guac. Has faded now, and he's going to have to try and hopefully get back to his team.
I think Boise State needs to reconsolidate, come up with a new plan. They did exactly what Champlain did last map, which was just try the same thing over and over again. And I'm glad they finally are swapping their comp a little bit to try to get some extra picks. But they need to be able to turn something around because they only got a minute left.
60 seconds.
1 minute left. Boise State started out hot, and it's completely fallen apart here, trying to get this last corner until point 2. Grab's going to come out from Kel, but a great job blocking all of that damage from Luxy. Pulse Bomb will come out, and both teams are down 2. Zanano goes on to Luxy. He will get slept, though. Guac will be slept as well, and Boise State's going to get their respawns. So will Champlain. And Luxy's going to be able to take down a large Bagel. Goblin will answer one back. Both Anas have been taken out. 30 seconds left. There is that duplicate from Lido. See if he can get a grab to change the fight. Roy gets to pick on the Goblin, and for Boise State, this looks like they're going to have a chance here for Champlain to win this map as they're just being sent backwards and probably not going to have a chance here for one more recontest.
Boise State just didn't change what they were doing for so long, and now they probably don't have a chance to turn this around unless Goblin pops off, which he might be based on
going
that.
for the sneaky flank. I don't know if anyone on Champlain realized it. Guac's just pushing the point.
No, no,
great job by Java Chup trying to slow him down.
It's
there
not
comes
enough.
the Mercy. He's going to get slept, then he'll get shattered just to put that, really put the emphasis down. Goblin's going to get a pick onto Trax, though, as Champlain committed all those ults in that previous fight. Guac, the reigning NECC player of the week, might have just clutched this map to keep Boise State alive.
That was the biggest clutch I've seen
They haven't
in a
capped
while.
yet, though. They're still trying to take it down. They're going to get it. Oh, my goodness.
That was
Guac MVP.
That was fantastic. I will say that Champlain kind of dropped the ball a little bit. They turned their entire focus onto Guac to shut him down as early as possible, but he was able to sustain just long enough for Boise State to get up there, to nano him, to have the ball, or to have the rest of their team come in and help take that point. And at that point, Champlain had already split their attention so much that Boise State was able to get a few free picks.
Yeah, and they'd already committed the grab as well, so Boise State gets an extra minute and a half. We'll see what they do with it. They have swapped the comp up very much on the DPS and support side. They're going to get the Deadeye, comes out for Plato. There's a Primal Rage from Guac, trying to find Java Chup, who lands that nano onto Luxy, and he will be able to take him down. Luxy will fall as well. Frosty now trying to support the team. He will get taken out. Tio has the duplicate. Gotta just retreat back to spawn. Doesn't want to get staggered. He's going to be able to duplicate onto the Winston just barely in time. Primal Rage will come out. Increase his health. He does get stunned. Now he's going to get frozen. Valkyrie has been committed by Trax. The payload is now incredibly close for Boise State. They just need to win one more fight, but they're going to have to do without Asu. Luxy will get taken down. Defender respawn means Boise State's got to wipe him pretty quickly here, though. As Roy will get electrocuted. Oh, shield barely lands on Lido as a revive's going to come out onto Luxy, so Boise State's going to have to win in overtime once again. Plato not quite able to find a headshot there. Blizzard does come out from Goblin, able to get one onto the Rhine. Frosty will go down as well. They're going to lose Lido. Now here's a Deadeye that's going to come out for Plato. He'll find one on a Java Chup. Boise State incredibly close to winning. It's only Trax who can stall. That Mercy's not going to last very long. And on the back of Guac's amazing back door, Boise State will 3-cap with 0 seconds left. And Champlain's got to be kicking themselves because they had a great chance to win, or at least set themselves up to win, and they completely fell apart in the last seconds on that point number 2.
Yeah, they definitely had a good try. They had a really great stall. They lasted for so long. It was like a 5-minute stall at the end of point B, but they just dropped the ball at the last 10 seconds. If they had been a little bit more disciplined, had 2 or 3 people return to deal with Guac, have the rest of them at least be watching your back line and making sure Boise State isn't able to come for the recontest, that would have worked out so much better for them. They wasted like 2 ults on Guac. They had a shatter. I believe there was also the grab. They just wasted their ults, and you never do that early. You never do that.
Yeah, it was a great play by Guac as well. He had leaped up on that balcony, was looking for a flank, and then realized all of Champlain was spawn camping, and just said, you know what, okay, let's see if anyone's on the point. Let's see if anyone can stop me. It was poor Java Chup who was tasked with stopping him and did a really good job. But as you mentioned, Guac was able to sustain. He was able to stay alive through multiple ultimates, and he is the sole reason why Boise State 3-capped on that point. The rest of the team answered, and now you got to be worried about Champlain's mental, because when you blow something like that and go from nearly holding them to 1 point to giving up a full 3, this could be quick if Champlain doesn't rally the troops quickly.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what comp they come out. It looked like I saw Winston. Oh, they swapped to a ball and chain, pretty much. We'll see if it actually works out for him, but I think it's going to be a little hard to catch Boise State out.
They're going to swap off that Roadhog rather quickly, and they'll go now to the Diva Winston. Still have that Echo. I thought Latillo played it really well, and as I say, he gets a headshot on the Goblin to get the first elimination over to Champlain. And they'll start pushing, but Boise State going to fall back immediately and just buy time for Goblin to respawn, and he'll swap over to his own Echo. Cal's going to get hit by an Anti. Here comes the full engage out from Champlain. Lido and Frosty going to pick up 2 more. Luxy is so low, but the health bars from Champlain going to be able to stabilize. Trax even barely living. So Luxy gets taken out, but Latillo on this Echo, absolutely hard carrying for Champlain, and they're going to be able to shove through under that bridge relatively quickly.
Yeah, Boise State lost Goblin relatively early, and Boise State just didn't fall back. They took a fight where they were down 1 already, and then they also, for some reason, decided not to die on point, which just unfortunate. I really hope they can make a little bit better decision making later in this match.
See if Boise State's able to throw together a recontest. They're going to trade 1 for 1. Luxy for a large bagel. No tank, no support for either team now. Goblin trying to stay alive. He's got a Diva right in his face, and unfortunately Frosty's going to barely live and be able to take him out. There's a Valkyrie that's been committed there. There's a duplicate onto the McCree. And I don't think it's going to matter. That's going to be enough for Champlain to capture the point. And Boise State's going to have to retreat. We'll see if they can hold like Champlain did on this second point.
And at this point, Champlain has all the momentum. They have 2 ultimates coming up on 4 of them. Now they have 3. Boise State was on their way to getting a couple, but they're not up yet. If Champlain decides to press the issue, they can win this next fight pretty easy if they use their ults effectively.
Right now, Boise State's got to find a way to deal with Lido as the Diva Bomb will come out. They're not able to find anything, but they will kill Throsty while he's trying to remech. Lido's whipping over from tank to DPS here on this 3rd map for Champlain, and it's worked out well for them. Finally, he gets taken out by Goblin in the Echo v Echo. Now Boise State will jump into the spawn. They got to be careful they don't get backdoored similar to what they did to Champlain, but they're holding them in spawn for now.
And the high ground on this map is so good. That's what allowed Champlain to hold for so long, was they got control of the high ground. They just punished any time Boise State tried to dive using that high ground pressure. And we'll see if they're able to do that again here.
Okay, it's going to come out onto the Diva for Goblin. They're going to go 1 for 1 as a pulse bomb from Roy is going to take down Plato. Rez will come out. Boise State stays at full strength. There's a Diva Bomb that will come out there from Goblin. Not going to be able to find anything. He'll remech, and the duplicate will phase. Deadeye from Plato is going to pick up 1 onto Luxy. He has not had a great series. He's routinely been the first death for Champlain, and they're going to have to wait for their main tank.
And we'll see how much spam damage Plato can put out. If he can get an early pick, that'd be fantastic. Before Champlain can dive. Looks promising.
Great pick onto Track, so that Echo's not going to have any support. A double Anti's going to land onto both tanks for Champlain. There's no punish. Kel will diva bomb and won't find anything. He's just going to send Champlain back as Boise State's stalling for time.
Now this long-range damage coming out from Boise State is making it really hard for Champlain to even leave their spawn.
Nano on to Guac from a large bagel. There's a Valkyrie committed there. Lito's now going to use his own duplicate onto the diva. The large bagel will be the first one taken out. Lito's going to find another one, and Roy gets one more. And Boise State's close hold on the spawn, starting to go awry here. They will get a revive. Deep bomb comes out from Lito. Not able to find anything, and Boise State doing a great job line of sighting that. Still have 3 members alive. Maybe Diva trying to stay alive for Kel. Not going to be able to, but Boise State luckily holding that payload close. There's still a long way to go for Champlain, even if they win a fight.
Even though Boise State lost that fight, they wasted a full minute just spawn camping Champlain. Even if you end up losing the fight in the end, it's still worth doing that because the entire time they got no distance, and in fact the payload even went backwards during that whole time.
There's that duplicate onto the Winston, trying to build up that primal rage. Can't even get it in time. The pulse bomb is going to take down a large bagel. He will be revived though. Boise State trying to take down Luxy. He'll primal rage to heal himself up to full. Now Boise State's in danger of giving away this point. Roy gets taken out. Deadeye from Plato will come. Not going to find anything and quickly just resets and gets the reload from it.
Yeah, and as you see, Boise State kind of got caught indoors. And one thing you don't want to be doing in Overwatch is going through a doorway into the opponent's area, if that makes any sense. It makes it much harder, especially if you're playing dive, to be able to properly move. And Champlain was able to just converge all their damage and punish Boise State trying to leave that doorway.
Nice sleep's going to burn out most of Guac's primal rage time. Duplicate from Lito comes out. He's going to primal rage to heal up to full. Guac's just trying to stall as much time off the clock as he can to allow his team to get back in. And this is how close Boise State came at one point. Frost is going to fall off the edge. That's going to allow Boise State to stabilize.
Now all we have to do is just make sure we don't let them back cap. And we're in a good spot for the rest of this match.
Got to be careful. This is the exact situation Champlain found themselves in minutes ago. And a huge play by Guac allowed for the back door and kept Boise State in it. It was a big reason why Boise State 3-capped. Champlain would have won had they stopped that back door. And now it's Boise State's turn. You can see Luxy sneaking around on that backside through the silhouette. Does Boise State know he's there is the question. For now, it doesn't appear so. Javachep will get taken out, but he'll get a sleep from the grave. Boise State has found this one out perfectly, but unfortunately they're going to lose 2. Now they're going to lose a couple more. They will be able to get that revive onto Guac. Goblin has dropped a duplicate as well onto that Winston. Trying to have as much health as possible. Boise State will take down Trax and Luxy. Valkyrie has been committed. Lito incredibly low. Not able to get away. Point being pushed. Backdoor attempt from Roy. Diva bomb comes out. Not able to find anything or zone Boise State off the point. Now we are in overtime. Kel just dropped the Diva bomb just to force Javachep away. They'll also take Frosty out of the mech, and Boise State will be able to hold. Oh no, a last-second recontest from Luxy. He's just padding the stats though now, and Boise State will be able to win this. Guac deserves the first choice of the pizza because he is the sole reason why Boise State will 3-0 Champlain.
Yeah, Boise State was very close to losing that map. If they didn't have that clutch play at the end by Guac, I'm pretty sure they would have lost this whole map.
I think so. It would have been really close. Now, of course, you never know how Boise State's strategies might have changed. And while this play is going on, Guac is backdooring while this play is happening. So as great as this play is, great as you got play of the game, that play right there was the reason you lost the map.
Yeah, they just committed far too much pressure and manpower too far away from point and just couldn't quite make it back in time.
It's probably incredibly bittersweet as Boise State is the 3-0 winners here in the NECC over Champlain, that of all of the plays to pick, they give you play of the game on the play that lost you the map. That is bittersweet if you're Champlain, to watch that one back, realizing that Guac is right now pushing the point while you're picking up a 3 kill with the fire strike.
Yeah, that was a little bit bittersweet to say the least. Champlain did a lot better than I was expecting coming into this. They almost won a full map, and they did take out one map off of Nepal.
Well, we've got the ICCU player of the game. I mean, I think it has to be Guac, but of course it's not always great to watch a highlight of someone just pushing a point. So quickly, before we see it on the screen, Captain Star, who's your prediction for player of the game?
I'm going to have to go with Probably Goblin, because the Torbjorn. I have to give it to Torbjorn. I just have to. I even got a hammer here.
Yeah, you got the hammer, but I'm just saying. I mean, like I said, it's not going to be a great replay to watch. It's not going to be very cool. It's not going to be player of the game worthy according to Blizzard, but Glock single-handedly making sure Boise State does not drop map number 2 is a big reason why I think he's got to be the ICCU player of the game. Let's see who it is. Let's find out who our ICCU player is going to be. We've got either the great play or the great player. And we're actually...
Can't quite read that.
I can't quite, yeah, the name is just a bit fuzzy to me. It's Plato. So no, both of us were wrong.
Well, the DPS did do a lot of work for Boise State.
I mean, I got to say, I think Guac probably, just for that one play alone. Boise State Blue prides themselves on being undefeated. I think they only dropped one map in the regular season last time, and they would have dropped another one here if it wasn't for Guac. But Plato's your ICCU player of the game. Idaho Central Credit Union believes that a great player makes a team more successful. Like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Plato is your ICCU player of the game for the 3-0 over Champlain, and he was pretty good on that McCree.
He did shut down a lot of Champlain's pushes, just with the long-range poke and the headshots that were coming out pretty consistently. It was fantastic to watch.
Congratulations to Plato on that ICCU player of the game. And while we wrap things up for this one, any final thoughts on the Broncos' win over Champlain to start off the night?
I think you need to work on your target prioritization. The first map, especially on the Paul, there were a few too many times where the targets were split and you lost the fight pretty much because of that. If you had just focused the same target, you would have been doing a lot better. I don't even think you would have lost a single map on Nepal if you had just consistently targeted the same person.
Yeah, the comp on Nepal was also kind of interesting as well, but that will do it for our first match. You don't want to go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with Boise State versus Utah in TESPA. This is a great match between two of the best teams in the country. Boise State number 8 in the coaches poll, Utah number 5. You do not want to miss two of the best collegiate.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure. Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Of all of the plays to pick, they give you play of the game on the play that launched you the map. That is bitter. Try to find something around the shield, and they'll get Javacho. Grab's going to come out from Lido once again. And that's going to allow Champlain to pick up 2 more. Tell does get one. Large Bagel's going to get another one. He committed the sound barrier to keep Boise in that fight. Javacho has his sound barrier, but he is respawning. Got taken out by the Deadeye. And that picks enough to allow Boise State to... But they're able to pick out Lucky first, so they're down in tank now. Block shield barely holding, lives at 45 HP. Lido's going to get dropped out of the mech immortality field. Will fall, so will Baby D, but Goblin gets the double kill. And that's going to be nearly a team kill for Boise State, and that's the way to start.
Yeah, BSC was able to get there just slightly faster, and those symmetric turrets got set up.
Plato quite able to find a headshot there. Blizzard does come out from Goblin, able to get one onto the Rhine. Frosty will go down as well. They're going to lose Lido. Now here's a Deadeye that's going to come out for Plato. He'll find one on a Java Chuck. Boise State incredibly close to winning. It's only Trax who can stall. That Mercy's not going to last very long. And on the Champlain's just content to wipe this one out, but now they're in last by territory, and they've already lost both of their tanks. Immortality Fields will be taken out. Meteor Strike's coming down, as well as the sound barrier for Champlain. Immortality Field will keep everyone alive. Huge 3-man chowder from Glock. That's why he's the reigning player of the week. And that will be enough for Boise State to pick up the first map. Closer than Nathan.
Just a little bit. I think Champlain needs to get on the point and stay there. I don't think they need to chase or do anything else, because that's what dive comps are for, and that's not what they have.
Rocket Barrage from Goblin picks up 2. Great shield from Luxy prevented more damage, as Goblin's going to end up with 4. The other 2 going to self-destruct. Right out the top 5 from Boise State's win over Champlain. We'll see if that can encourage the Broncos in probably their toughest match of the season. We've changed formats. We're now on to Tespa as we see the pizza right there. Boise State Blue picking up that pizza for their win over Midland. I think Doc was on the verge of returning at Captain Star before Guac had a huge clutch for the clean sweep over Champlain, so they'll be able to enjoy it in peace. And now we're on to, as we said, one of the best matchups of the night, maybe one of the best matchups across the country here. It is Boise State number 8 taking on Utah number 5 in Tespa. Thanks to the Swifts format, since Boise State's undefeated, quality of opponents gone up all the way to the top. Utah's given fits to Boise State historically, Captain Star, but a win here go a long way for Boise State to prove they're one of the best in the country.
Yeah, Utah has a fantastic team, and I really want to see Boise State outperform what they did in the last game, because it was not gonna lie, it was a little bit disappointing to see us not have proper target focus or a few fights there.
Yeah, any mistake that we saw against Champlain is going to be punished to the extreme against a team as talented as Utah. As we mentioned in the eFuse coaches poll, Boise State came into the season at number 8. They have so far not disappointed. Utah has come in at number 5, and right now both these teams are undefeated. As we said, with the Swiss format, the more you win, the harder your level of opponent, and Boise State so far has been undefeated. We'll play a best of 3 on Control, Hybrid, and Escort. As we mentioned, Boise State's trying to defend that number 8 preseason ranking, but for the first time all year, they'll probably find themselves as a slight underdog against the Utes, who are in that top 5 right now. And usually Boise State, we know they're the favorite, Captain Star, they're the favorite on our hearts for sure. What do you think Boise State needs to do going into this fight, knowing that for one of the few times all season, they're going to be the team that has to come out with a cheeky play because they're the expected underdog here?
I am a fan of doing what you know, do what you've practiced, do what you perform your best at, and if that doesn't work for you, pull out something as far off of meta as you can, do something extremely unexpected, hopefully with a Bastion, we'll see, and use that to drive your victory home.
There is how the coaches poll stacks up. Boise State at number 8, right behind Mizzou. pretty close to UC Irvine and Miami of Ohio, but you see there was a pretty big gap in terms of total points between number 4 and number 5, where the Utes sit at number 4 at 50 points, all 30 points ahead of Boise State. So the coaches think that there's a pretty decent gap between these two teams. We'll see if Boise State can prove them wrong or if the Utes can once again have Boise State's number. As I mentioned, these teams have played a ton in the past over the last few years in a number of different tournaments, and to my knowledge, Boise State unfortunately has never found a way to knock off the Utes, and we'll see if they'll get their first victory here. As we see the blue team, Guac, Kel, Goblin, Plato, a large bagel, and Asu. Guac, the reigning NECC player of the week. We'll see if he can translate those skills into TESPA, now known as ABC. And we'll see here between these two teams. We get Doc's keys to the game. Never take a fair fight. What does that mean? Fights in unexpected places, when they are unprepared, and when you can have ability advantages. It's all brought to you by Count, who's at NA Trust Global Network, delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. They also have quick and accurate identity trust decisions. If you want to stay safe online, go check them out at count.com. And those unfair fights are going to have to be all over the place for Boise State, because this could be one of the times where mano-y-mano, Boise State might not win the gunfights, as you would say, and has to rely on a little bit more cheeky tactics, Captain Star, to pull out a victory against Utah in TESPA.
Yeah, a lot of the game comes down to, at a high level, baiting out abilities like a Zarya bubble or a Winston bubble or like a healing orb from Moira. And if you can get any kind of slight advantage, it adds up quickly.
We'll jump into map number 1. We'll see what Boise State has up their sleeve. No Widowmaker right now. Pretty standard, though, as most of the lineup the same between the two teams with a couple of minor changes.
I'm a little bit concerned about that May. We'll see if Kwok is able to play close enough to his team to avoid getting walled off. But even if he does get walled off, we have a Diva, we have a Hanzo, and Lucio. Most of our team can just go over walls, to be fair.
Yeah, we did see against Champlain that at times Frosty was really able to shut down Guac and get him caught in that wall and maul on the wrong side of the May walls. As you mentioned, Guac has to be extremely careful with his positioning, or he could be the first elimination, and we've seen what happens when your Reinhardt is the first one taken down. The teams will actually change sides here in a little bit of a standoff. That's a great hit pick first. A headshot onto Hollow. Unfortunately, God will immediately get taken out. Immortality from Ace, who comes down, immediately burned down by the Utes. Plato will find one more. Guac's going to smash that May, and any hopes of the wall and maul. And Boise State should be able to pick up the point first here. Colbart wins the battle of the McCrees, but gets taken out by Kel, and Boise State's in control to start.
Yeah, Utah really wanted to press the fight. They really wanted to just jump on top of us because they have that May. But BSU was able to just kite long enough for that Hanzo to get a headshot, and that's all you need to win a fight. Is just go up one.
Great second pick, second fight in a row. Goblin's trying to headshot onto a support to give Boise State the early lead. Boise State in the red, Utah in the blue here. They're just going to wait for everybody to respawn.
Yeah, Goblin's been doing a great job of just consistently applying pressure, and when those headshots come through, they are fantastic.
Coalescence is up for Andy. We've got an Ant Matrix up for Asu. There's the Coalescence that's going to come out. Boise State's going to retreat. They'll throw down an Ant Matrix. Maywall's going to cut it off. Colblart's going to pick up the first kill onto Goblin this time. Immortality Field does come down. Dog 21's able to eliminate it. Plato gets taken out. There's a Shatter on the 2. They'll pick up 1. They should be able to force Dog 21 out of the mech. They will. Guac on fire right now, trying to keep his team in it, trying to hold the point for Boise State. It's already above 50%. Andy's not able to get away. Boise State leaves the point uncontested. And Cool ABC is going to be able to absolutely pick up 1. Then he freezes Guac on the charge back, and Boise State gets a little bit over-aggressive and throws that point away.
Yeah, Guac and Bagel both thought the fight was won, and they were just trying to chase the Andy as he ran away. But as it turned out, the fight was not won, and that decision cost them the point.
3 ults for Boise State, 2 up for Utah, but the sound barrier is incredibly close, and so is the Diva Bomb. Shatter up for Flame Turtle in a matter of seconds. Dragon's going to come out. It'll be eaten up by Dog. Deadeye's going to come out for Plato and Colblart. Unfortunately, there's an ice wall in front of Plato, so he's not able to find anything. Colblart picks up 1. Goblin will get a headshot back, but through that blizzard, Flame Turtle's going to get Guac, and Boise State's going to be forced to retreat here.
Yeah, Boise State used every ult they had available to them, but it got shut down by Utah with basically just a blizzard and a wall to just wall off Plato with his Deadeye, so he couldn't see anything, and then the blizzards just freeze the entire team in place. and Boise State just was ill-equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, it was a great job by Dog21 to eat that Dragon Strike as well from Goblin. Now he's going to send in the Diva Bomb. Not going to be able to find anything, but he'll get one on to Guac. Nice concussive stun there for Plato. Is going to allow him to pick up 2. He's got a line of sight to try and stay alive. He's on the wrong side of the fight. Goblin's able to take down Andy during the coalescence. And a great flank by Plato. Nearly won that for Boise State, but Cool ABC is going to headshot him with an Icicle Spear. Diva Bomb comes down. Cool ABC is going to get one more on the Kel before he can remech. And Cool ABC, the MVP, keeps Utah in it. The point has flipped, but they'll flip it right back.
That was so close. Plato did a fantastic job doing the really quick flank and was able to get a couple picks off of it. It was just unlucky that he got headshot by Cool ABC trying to rotate onto point. Coming into this next fight, both teams are very low on ultimates, but I really hope that Goblin's able to get Dragon Strike out soon.
There's the Ant Matrix will come down. Nice ice wall from Cool ABC to be able to shut that one down. He's got the Blizzard. He's immediately going to throw it. Goblin will Dragon Strike, but jump off the edge in the process. That's not what you want at Boise State. Hollow's going to get another boop off the edge. Boise State now down 3. Has to try and contest in overtime, and they're going to get absolutely wiped. Goblin can maybe try for a recontest. He's not going to find it. And Utah, after a slow start, able to pick up the first map on control.
That was a tough position to be in for Boise State. You had, you're low on ultimates. We just tried to press the issue a little bit too early with the Ant Matrix instead of backing off and just waiting for other ultimates to come online. We just tried to press the issue, and unfortunately it didn't work out for us.
This May has been fantastic by Cool ABC, mainly with the ice walls being used to shut down the Ant Matrix that Asu was trying to throw out. Goblin sees that. He will swap over himself. There's no Ant Matrix to deal with, but maybe he can catch Flame Turtle on the wrong side of the wall. We'll see if this swap for Boise State's able to push them over and make us go to a map 3.
Boise State's comp is a lot more, well, they're very similar, but Boise State's comp is just slightly more aggressive as opposed to Utah. Utah has the Moira for the sustain, whereas Boise State has the Baptiste for a little bit more poke.
Ice Wall's going to come out, not able to find anything. Guac shield being melted. Will put it down and let it regenerate behind the wall. Boise State's got the chip damage so far on the Utah. Plato and Cole Blart were both low, but Cole Blart's going to get the first elimination with the headshot onto a large bagel. Cryo freeze by Guac right behind him. He's got to be careful to not get frozen. Immortality Field comes down. Keep everyone on Boise State alive. Great job by Asu. Now can they sustain? The answer appears to be no, as Guac's the first one taken out. Asu will fall, so will Plato, Kel in. Can Goblin survive? He's going to put up an ice wall. He's going to be taken out. Great Immortality Field to start. They just didn't have enough healing to keep the rest of the team alive.
Yeah, Boise State just wasn't quite able to pull out that. At the very start of that fight, Cool ABC was able to get a headshot. I forgot who it was on, but it was a early pick on Bagel.
Yeah, I got the headshot on the Bagel.
And it was just that going +1 is huge. Just getting that extra healing that they were able to deny, just let them slowly melt Boise State, and we just couldn't defend against it.
Yeah, the AoE healing from Lucio. Maximum won that fight to the Immortality Field. As we're going to see the Coalescence come out. Goblin's going to throw down that Blizzard, and Boise State's able to pick up 2. Shatter lands just onto Goblin, and him and Guac be taken out. Boise State barely up 1 right now. Plato goes for the Deadeye, can't find anything. Great line of sight coming out from the Utes right now. Slam Turtle's able to pick up another one. Diva Bomb will be used. And around the corner, it's going to force Kel out of the mech. And he's going to Diva Bomb just to reset. Not sure if I like that choice if you're Boise State, but they'll do it regardless. And right now the point's nearing 50%. There's a Deadeye from Koblart that's going to come out. And Maywall is actually going to keep Boise State alive. As the Broncos try and flip the point, Kel nearly forced off. Shatter comes out from Guac, not able to find anything. And only able to take Dog21 out of the mech. Flame Turtle now getting flanked there behind the shield. Kel trying to force Koblart off the edge. They'll be able to take both of them down. It should be able to flip the point here. Sound barrier from a large Bagel, probably not what you wanted there if you're Boise State, because the fight was already won.
I feel like all the pressure that Utah is putting on Boise State is making us make numerous mistakes. You saw in the last map, the Hanzo jumping off the edge while you Dragon Strike. It's not going to normally happen, but there's just so much pressure on these players that it's just forcing mistakes. They're just under so much pressure that mistakes just happen.
Coalescence up for Andy, and he'll pop it right on cooldown. Plato's going to use the Deadeye, but just to reload, as Colblart's going to be able to pick up the first elimination on the Goblin, and Cool ABC throws down the Blizzard. Boise State trying to keep the point alive. There's still a sound barrier on the side of Hollow if he wants to use it. And the point will flip as Hollow's able to get a boop off the edge onto Kell. Boise State not going to find any elimination. Immortality Field comes out. They're going to try for a quick reset here and take one last fight.
Hello there.
Yeah, Boise State needs to hurry back and get ready to recontest. You see Kell swapping over to the Wrecking Ball just to get to point a little bit faster, and hopefully they can sustain long enough to flip the point.
Deadeye going to come out from Cobbler, not able to find anything. Kell's going to get frozen off the point, and he's going to be taken out before he's able to slam down and get the shield. So now Boise State is in a 5v6, trying to contest. Shatter from Flame Turtle, not going to go anywhere. Hollow will just throw out the sound barrier to keep his team alive. There's a nice freeze on the Guac. He's going to be the next target here. There's a Deadeye for Plato, but he's going to need a Flame Strike to the face before he can even tell anyone it's high noon. And that's going to be a team kill there for Utah, and they're going to be able to take the first map here and go up 1-0 in the series.
Boise State just made a few too many mistakes. All the pressure. You saw Kell just fly a little bit too far, right in the field of view of the enemy's self-destruct, and lost his back because of it. So all those little errors just add up so fast.
Hollow with the play of the game, thanks to that boop off the edge onto Kell. Oh, and a second one onto Asu even. The environmental favoritism of Blizzard shows its head once again. And the Utes pick up map number 1 in this best of 3, so Boise State now with a ton of pressure. Don't forget the Idaho Army National Guard, who at the end of every match presents us with our top 5 plays, invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Right now, Boise State has to find a way to deal with one of the best teams out in Overwatch in the collegiate level. Utah number 4 in the country, Captain Star. And at times, Boise State's gone toe-to-toe with them. At the end, the Utes have proved to be just too strong and have won both maps in Control with relative ease.
Control is an interesting game mode. It relies heavily on that first fight, a dry fight, where other maps don't rely on the pressure from that first map, and the snowballing effect isn't as big on there. And I wonder if Boise State can use that to their advantage, if they can play a little bit better in the long term and just slowly take a victory. But if that doesn't work, I think they need to swap to something that Utah isn't running. Don't run a mirror comp. Run something slightly different, because it doesn't seem to me like they can outplay Utah.
Oh, Doc, which piece is he going to choose? Opens the first box, opts to go against it. Now he's looking at the second box. Going to pick that one up there. Great pizza selection by Doc. Trying to offer pizza to somebody else. Oh, they're going to deny Doc's suggestion, though. They're going to walk away. Thought about it.
That pizza's making me real hungry.
I know, you and I are forced to cast up here. It's just the smell is wafting over. I'm almost rooting for Utah to get the clean 2-0 so we get a break so we can at least get some pizza. But we'll have to see. Boise State, I mean, what map do you think Boise State should pick on hybrid, I believe is our next one with losers pick. What map do you think Boise State should pick that might favor some of the fights they were winning against Utah in Control?
I'd love to say Kings Row, but I don't think that's an actual map that we should pick. Because Ryan Zari is pretty meta on Kings Row, and that's what we've been running, or something similar to that against Utah, and it just hasn't been working. I think we need to do something that has a meta of a different type of comp, maybe a dive comp, so potentially something like a Numbani is maybe viable just for the dive comp that maybe throw Utah off of what they prefer to run, and maybe we can use that to our advantage.
Now, in the past, Boise State had talked about how so many teams love Kings Row that the Broncos like to scrim on maps outside of Kings Row. But we'll see if that's
Escort.
Yeah, as I say, see if that's it's always so hard to keep track. When do we play Escort second? When do we play Hybrid second? We just came from the NECC. We're Hybrid second. My apologies in advance. So we'll see what Boise State wants to pick for Hybrid if they're able to win here.
So it looks so far that Boise State has taken out a more pick-oriented comp with the Widowmaker and Hanzo taking off angles to just try to get angles onto the enemy back line. Whereas Utah is going with the same thing they had before with just you wall and then you maul.
The one change for Utah is they have picked up the Batiste on away from the Moira there from Andy, so they'll have the Ant Matrix now that Boise State has to deal with. They've also picked out the Zarya on Dog 21. The double snipers is interesting, but you wouldn't expect it on attack where the sight line's right out of the cafe. are not going to be the cleanest for Boise State, as we're going to get a up-close boxcar hold to the side of the Utes. Andy just barely going to get in there in time. Flame Strike going to hit Plato right in the face. He's just going to walk back in his spawn and heal right back up. The Utes able to kill some time. Goblin already incredibly low on that Pharah. Has to be super careful. We'll get healed back up by a large bagel on that Mercy with the Pharmacy out and about for Boise State. They had decent success against Champlain with it. We'll see how successful it is here, as Goblin's actually going to shoot a rocket into his own face. It's going to get picked up by Cobbler, and I don't know if that comp's going to work.
Yeah, the Pharah was just getting so much pressure. The entire team of Utah was just focusing Pharah whenever she was showing her face. So I think we just need to maybe swap to a more consistent ground-based DPS. They can hide behind our tanks instead of going at off angles.
Boise State got one elimination on the Cobbler and then had to retreat. So far, no swaps for Boise State. Close to the rocket barrage. We've seen how easy it is to gun down a Pharah in that rocket barrage, especially for someone like a McCree or a May. So the Ant Matrix will come out there for Andy. That's going to allow Cool ABC to get his Blizzard. There's also a Shatter up for Flame Turtle. AC will throw down in his own. There's the rocket barrage we needed from Goblin. He'll pick up 3, get 1 on the backside as well. And I guess the Pharah is the right pick. How about a 5K for Goblin and a way to open up Boise State, get them out of their spawn.
It's so hard to survive past the first few seconds of barrage. I am very impressed. I'm very impressed that Goblin was able to actually flank and then survive through the entire thing. That never happens. I can never get that to work.
Thought we had a misclick on the Valkyrie there, but Large Bagels wanted to swap over to Lucio. Goblin's got his pressure away, so he will swap as well. There's a Deadeye for Cobbler, as well as a 3-man Shatter that comes out. Bang, 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 right in the head. Have to wonder if the sound barrier was needed there for Hollow. This Cobbler's going to say, anything you can do, Goblin, I can do just as well. He'll get 4 himself, and it's a team kill for Utah.
Yeah, I feel like Boise State just wasn't quite ready for the aggression that Utah pulled out. They used all their cooldowns to get onto point, and then Boise State was just slightly mispositioned, and that Shatter just lined up perfectly with multiple members.
Good news for Boise State is that sound barrier was wasted by Hollow. So it's a great opportunity for Boise State to potentially find a fight win. Got the Diva Bomb, they've got the Deadeye, and they've got their own Shatter now. Can they combine those with as much efficiency as we saw from Utah? Deadeye gets 1. Kell's going to eat the grab as well from Dog 21. Shatter's able to pick up 3, but an Immortality field from Andy's going to keep the team alive. He'll throw down an Ant Matrix and he'll win the Battle of the Batiste, and he'll gun down Asu. Cobbler will kill Plato. Guac trying to do what he can. Blizzard comes out. He's not able to charge out of it. And what looked like a great start for Boise State is going to once again end in a team kill.
Yeah, that fight opened up beautifully. But unfortunately, Guac shattered 2 opponents, and the Immortality field just kept them alive, and they split our focus just enough so that the other people who weren't shattered were able to ult and secure that fight.
That was a great Immortality field by Andy to keep his team alive and stop Boise State from probably capturing the first point. Dragons are going to come out, not able to find anything. There's a Diva Bomb plus an Ant Matrix that's going to come out. Shadow will be used by Flame Turtle as well as a Deadeye, and both teams are down 3 members. Guac now being absolutely ripped apart from the back line. Nobody can find Cobbler. Finally, Plato's able to find him. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
Plato's just
has
pushing.
the respawn advantage, so if they can keep this up, Boise State should have the advantage. As long as Plato doesn't get picked right here, we should be in a good spot.
Didn't fan the hammer, but Goblin's able to help him out there. They're going to take down Flame Turtle. Once again, a member of Boise State with a fantastic backdoor onto the payload. Keep the Broncos in it. Deadeye's up. He's going to pop it. Great Maywall by Cool ABC. He has been playing phenomenally in this matchup. Barely does Dog 21 survive that Deadeye to the face, and now we're in overtime. Boise State's got to win a fight. They'll take down the Immortality field and Cobbler. Andy will fall next. Flame Turtle on that Wrecking Ball trying to go for the staggered recontest. Gets hit by a concussive grenade, but able to roll out of it. Dog 21 on the back line now has the grab available. And it looks like he's going to probably try and throw this one down. Pressure on Kel to eat it, and he'll just fall with the ult online. And Boise State's going to extend here in overtime to get a time extension.
That was super close. Utah has multiple ultimates that they weren't able to use before they went down. If Utah was able to successfully pull out those ultimates, I have my doubt that Boise State would have still been able to win that point. We'll just see how Utah will use these ultimates in this next fight, and if Boise State can respond appropriately.
They have a grav, they have a sound barrier. Boise State has a sound barrier for the grav as well, and they also have their shatter. So See when they want to use it. Guac has to be very careful. There's a sound barrier from Hollow that's going to come out, as well as an Ant Matrix. Shatter from Guac will unfortunately whiff. Oh, Kel! Don't do it to him! He eats the Blizzard and the grab! Absolutely shuts down Utah. Can Boise State respond? They've thrown out the sound barrier. They picked up 2. Plato's going to throw out the Deadeye. Not able to find anything. Hollow will get taken out by a large bagel. The teams will trade 2 for 2. But that would have been a nightmare had Cal not absolutely popped off on the Diva.
That last fight, there were so many ults on both sides that got ultimately wasted. Andy used an amplification matrix, didn't really get much. Both teams used multiple ultimates and just nothing happened out of any of them.
There's the grab already back for Dog 21, and that's going to be enough to wrap up Boise State, at least for that fight. Guac will be taken out. Kel forced into the Baby Deep form. Can they get the stagger onto a couple members? Boise State's trying to bait him back, and Utah is going to take the bait. They'll push through. Dragon Strike will come out from Goblin. He's able to pick up 1. Asu will throw out the Coalescence. Deadeye from Coblart's not going to find anything. He'll just go for the quick reload, and he'll get shot in the back. Plato with a great flank there, but they've got to watch out for Kool-Aid BC. There's a Diva Bomb up. There's a Shatter Ant Matrix up for Utah. There's 45 seconds left.
Yeah, Boise State only had that self-destruct available. And against the Reinhardt Zarya that Utah has, I have my doubt it's going to actually get value. But all it needs to do is just distract. We can get a good distraction. We can win it purely using that distraction.
30 seconds left. Boise State's going to have to win multiple fights. There's the D-Bomb going to come out. Great pick onto Flame Turtle, but the D-Bomb still doesn't find anything even with the shields down. Boise State, though, has Goblin doing the work. Who needs a D Bomb when you've got Goblin on your side? He'll pick up 4. They're able to stun Hollow as well, and Boise State's going to keep going and has to win probably one more fight to get that second checkpoint.
Boise State's winning condition for this next fight is either a Guac gets a huge shatter or Plato gets some good angles, and at least it gets a couple picks using that Deadeye. If Goblin is able to get that Dragon Strike available, that could also be good. We'll just see which one they go with.
Oh, nice boot by a large bagel to push Utah out of where they wanted to be, but they're going to line aside the Deadeye in its entirety, and Goblin will get taken out. There's a shadow that lands on the 3 from Flame Turtle. Immortality Field's not enough to keep him alive. Sound Barrier comes out from a large bagel. Shadow does land on the Hollow. He's incredibly close to that Sound Barrier, 5% away. He's going to be able to get it. Looks like he will. Cobbler will throw out the Deadeye. There's a grab going to come out from Dog 21. I think that's probably going to do it here for Boise State. They're going to get incredibly close, but they don't have the manpower or the resources to be able to capture that second checkpoint. And this will end with them just meters away.
Now I'd say this so far this map has been a very good demonstration of why ults are less important than comps. If you have a good comp, you can do really well. But if you have a poor comp with a bunch of your ultimates, you can still very easily lose.
Boise State is going to see their golden parking spot show up. They hold Utah from getting there. We'll go to a map 3 between the number 4 and the number 8 teams in the country in Overwatch. If Utah is able to wrap it up, they'll pull off the 2-0 clean sweep and still show that the Utes are just a step ahead of Boise State in Overwatch, but the Broncos are getting closer and closer at times. We'll see what the comps are for potentially our final match, and Utah is going for the Nano Blade.
Nano Blade is very potent, and I really hope that Boise State can deal with it. It's one of the hardest things in the game to defend against, just because one swing and you're already down. It's so hard to deal with, and if Utah plays it right, they can win a whole point off of just that ult alone. We'll see if Boise State allows that to happen.
LOL JK on the side of Utah. They'll swap off everything but the Ana. There goes the Ana. They just were, I guess, debating if they wanted to change comps. Boise State will. We'll see how this works.
Boise State has very much a spam comp with the Orisa, McCree, Torbjorn, Baptiste. They have lots of long-range damage. But if Utah is able to get on top of them, the Maywall to split, the Reinhardt just to swing away, I don't like Boise State's chances.
Oh, nice Maywall to create a bridge there by Kool-Aid BC to get them on top of the gas station. They will take down Andy and his Immortality Field, though. A large bagel will fall, but Ace's going to get an Immortality Field down to save himself. Boise State will take down Coblart. Goblin spamming from the other side there. Kel will get DMEC'd, and each team down a couple. Plato's finally able to punch down Cool ABC, and this should force a retreat on the side of Utah. Hollow gets one, but he'll roller skate away.
Yeah, Boise State's comp really relies on those early picks, or at the very least, lots of off angles. And it worked out for him last time. We'll see if Utah can change their play style to take the win this next fight.
Top 21 going to be taken down by the turrets there. Another Maywall comes out, but Utah's going to wait for their Diva to come back.
These fights are being won off of very minor mistakes by the other team that are being capitalized on. You just have to be super careful to avoid those mistakes. Easier said than done.
Ant Matrix from Asu. Andy's Immortality Field's already been taken down. Deadeye from Plato's going to come out. There's a Molten Core as well. Stun's going to land, but Goblin will stay alive. Boise State's going to get the first elimination until Cool ABC is going to cool down Goblin's lava and shut him down. But Plato's able to get a second elimination onto Hollow. That's going to stop the sound barrier. That was incredibly close to coming up for Utah and could have maybe propelled them to that point. Supercharger from Guac's going to come out. Dog 21's going to throw out the Diva Bomb. It's going to find one onto Guac. And also take out Ace's Immortality Field. The Shatter from Flame Turtle's not going to find anything. Deadeye from Cobbler's going to come out. Boise State will quickly line of sight it and stay alive. Sound barrier from a large bagel. Hughes going to keep 3 of his teammates alive there with the shields. Hollow's been taken out again. He had the sound barrier available. Cobbler is taken out. Here comes Hammer Time! Able to pick up one. Not quite able to find another one, though, and Boise State should have done enough to force Utah to reset.
You'll love to see the Charm Hammer. You'll love to see it. Boise State barely held on to that point. They used pretty much all their ultimates, and they're going to have a rough time this next fight unless they can build one up early. They're coming into this with 2, maybe 3 if they're lucky.
There'll be a Blizzard Sound Barrier Ant Matrix on the side of Utah with a Diva Bomb potentially in range, and there's that Sound Barrier right on cue. AC's going to drop his as well. And Cobbler's the first one taken out. Flame Turtle will fall as well. We'll see if Utah opts for the quick reset, and it looks like they will. 4 members already down. Can Boise State stagger the respawn on the Baby Diva? The answer is no. She'll just jump off the edge, and one last chance here for Utah after that fight went very poorly.
Boise State has a real chance to win this right here, right now. If they're able to delay this next fight as long as possible, then they will be able to have the respawn advantage off of Utah if they're able to make this fight last long enough.
All the pressure's on Kel. He's got to eat this Blizzard from Cool ABC. And that could all but guarantee that Boise State would win the fight. Molten Core is going to come out from Goblin to start. Sound barrier already committed by Hollow to prevent much of that damage. There's a Deadeye that comes out as well. We're all waiting on the Blizzard and see what's going to happen. There's an Immortality Field that's already come down. There's the Diva Bomb. Won't find anything. Can Kel eat the Blizzard? It's the difference between a win and a loss. The answer appears to be no as the Blizzard goes down right on top of the payload. Kel's the first one to fall. Guac will get frozen and he'll get shattered as well. Boise State now without any tanks is going to have to defend here in overtime, and it appears that that's not going to go their way. They'll lose both their supports. We didn't quite get to see the angle, but Cool ABC gets the Blizzard down, and his team's able to keep it alive, and now we'll see how far they can go with their extra time.
This is the same situation that Boise State found themselves in. They were barely able to take that first point. Boise State was able to push it almost all the way to the next point. We'll see what Utah is able to do.
Utah's got to get to that 83-meter mark if they want to be able to pull out the sweep. They can't do it, and Boise State's defense holds. We go into a map number 3 as we've got the swap for Cool ABC. He got the Blizzard off. He's going to go on that Genji for the Nano Blade for this last point. So far, no contest for Boise State. They're going to let the payload just free push. There's a halt. Going to land onto Andy, pull him right out in the open. He'll be taken out, but Colbart's going to answer right back in a battle of the Cowboys. They take Plato out. He's immediately going to call Bob right into the fight, but he's going to get headshot by Goblin. Right as that happens, Cal will get DMEC'd in a very aggressive spot. He's actually able to punch down Hollow, though, in the Baby Diva form. Now he's going to try and take on the Genji. I don't think that one's going to work as well. And he'll be sliced up there as Dog 21's also going to assist on that one.
As they say, Baby Diva is best Diva.
Except against the Genji.
Except against the Genji, yeah. Boise State has the ultimates to win this fight. They just have to be able to use the arts early and get picks early before Utah is able to get their Nano Blade combo off.
Well, talking of picks, there's a great one onto Cool ABC that's going to delay how quickly he can get the Dragon Blade on. Now they've taken Dog 21 out of the mech. They'll mess around just a little bit and eventually stall him out when he's at 94%. And now there's only a minute left here once again, and Utah has got to win this next fight, or Boise State's going to come away with the map win.
Utah should be able to build an nano blade if they try to build it, but they might have to take this fight early, and if they do, Boise State has a significant advantage in this next fight.
Dragon Strike from Goblin will find nothing but air, but he'll get a headshot onto Cobbler to atone for that. And Utah once again has to force to wait for a respawn, and now they've got to win in overtime.
Utah is coming up on 5 of their ultimates. Boise State just has to survive through the initial. Oh my God, that's huge! Huge headshot coming out from Goblin. Going +1 is going to mean that Utah is basically going to have to wait until the timer runs out for them to push.
Here we go. Supercharger Deadeye comes out for Boise State. Diva Bomb. There it is. Nano Blade's active. It's Cool ABC once again. He started with a great reflect onto Plato. He's going to find another one onto Asu, but Goblin's going to redeem him and get 2 more before he gets taken out by Andy. Both teams down a couple. Asu swapped over to the Moira, trying to get back to the point fast enough. It's a minefield down, and Utah's going to win, but Boise State should have a chance for a staggered recontest here to try and win this map.
Both teams are running low, very low on ultimates. Utah is going to have the amplification matrix, whereas Boise State is going to have Dragons coming up very soon. This is a toss-up of who's going to win this next fight.
Boise State should be able to get there in time. Dragon Strike, Person and Matrix. That's all that's going to be up. The Dragon Strike will come through. It's not able to find anything, and Plato will be immediately headshot there by Cobbler. Dog 21's going to take out Goblin, and Boise State already behind the 8 ball. They're going to lose Asu as well, and that should about do with Kel forced out of the mech. We'll see if he can, by some miracle, get back to Baby Diva form, or maybe get back to normal Diva form, or even somehow clutch out a kill. The answer is no. And Utah will win that one rather easily, and it's Cool ABC, the hero of that map. He got the Blizzard on the first one, and then reflects the Deadeye and gets the Nano to put his team up 2 on the second overtime fight.
But Goblin gets play of the game.
This is a pretty sweet rocket barrage.
I want to see this angle really bad. Ooh, that's nasty.
Should pick up another. He picks up a 5th one there. Goblin gets play of the game, but Utah gets the win. That
match was way closer than it looked like on paper.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as close as you can have a 2-0. As Utah multiple times looked like they were going to lose second map. Control a little bit more favored on the side of the Utes, but Boise State at times definitely put up a fight. But then again, in the end, the Utes prove why they are the number 4 team in the country with a 2-0 over Boise State. But again, the Broncos held tough, and if these teams meet again in some playoff, could potentially go Boise State's way, as we didn't get to see how close Kel was to eating that Blizzard, but it was a potential chance for Boise State to win. Don't forget the Esports Tower comes up every Monday on the Boise State stream, where you're going to see some of the best high schoolers and Esports Tower players in the country go at it in Rocket League. If you want to unlock your true talent, go check them out at esportstower.com, or just check out the talent they have. 4 p.m. Monday Mountain Time on the Boise State stream. It is always a ton of fun in Rocket League. Boise State probably not having as much fun as they had against Champlain with that fight versus Utah, but probably can learn a lot, and you can see at times just how close they were. They were 2 fights away on different occasions of picking up a win and forcing us to a map 3.
Yeah, I think the last fight, if Boise State had a dry fight, don't even use ultimate. Just let Utah use their ultimates. You come in with ult advantage, you can definitely win that last fight, but we used all of our ultimates to try to win that fight, and it didn't quite work out for us.
Well, it does not get any easier for Boise State. We saw the top 10. Miami, Ohio is number 5, and that is up next for Boise State. But we're going to take a few extra minutes off, but you can still jump in and win some cool swag while you're waiting for the next game. Just log on to Overwatch, jump into Doc's Respawn Challenge in the custom games menu. Might even cover some of the games on the stream. So if you want to win something in between matches, now's the time to do it. Hop on Overwatch and check out Doc's Respawn Challenge. We have our top 5 plays. They're presented by the Idaho Army National Guard. Invite you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. Let's check out the top 5 plays from the Utes' 2-0 victory over Boise State in TESPA. Deadeye, not able to find anything. Hollow will get taken out by a large bagel. The teams will trade 2 for 2. But that would have been a nightmare had Cal not absolutely popped off on the Diva.
better, or Plato gets some good angles, and at least it gets a couple picks using that Deadeye. If Goblin is able to get that Dragon Strike available, that could also be good. We'll just see which one they go with.
Oh, nice boot by a large bagel to push Utah out of where they wanted to be, but they're going to line aside the Deadeye in its entirety, and Goblin will get taken. D-Bump come out, great pick onto Flame Turtle, but the D-Bump still doesn't find anything even with the shields down. Boise State, though, has Goblin doing the work. Who needs a Demon Bomb when you've got Goblin on your side? He'll pick up 4. They're able to stun Hollow as well, and Boise State's going to keep going and has to win probably one more fight to get that second checkpoint. That red ball trying to go for the staggered recontest. Gets hit by a custom grenade, but able to roll out of it. Dog 21 on the back line now has the grab available. And looks like he's going to probably try and throw this one down. Pressure on Kel to eat it. And he'll just fall with the ult online. And Boise State's going to extend here in overtime to get a time extension.
That was super close.
Under Ant Matrix on the side of Utah with a Diva Bomb potentially in range. And there's that sound very right on cue. AC's going to drop his as well. And Cobbler's the first one taken out. Flame Turtle will fall as well. We'll see if Utah opts for the quick reset. It looks like they will. 4 members already down. Can Boise State stagger the respawn on the Baby Diva? The answer is no.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
feel like I do. Losing my objective slowly out of sight. Just tell me how to make it right for you. Oh, I won't turn my back on you.
Danger, no lights, the dark entertainer. Clouds then puff, dissipate in the laser. We can glow sparks, enough art to blaze ya. Listen up, walking through the tunnel and it's danger. No lights, the dark entertainer. Clouds then puff, dissipate in the laser. We can glow sparks, enough art to blaze ya. Listen up.
Yeah, from the cradle to the urn. They tried to tell me exercise, but patience, wait my turn. Fake concern when these pagans finna learn. Court adjourned. Paradigm shift, but people about to watch it burn. Man, a renegade. Vagrant to the core. Pollution at its peak. Watch the stage and settle scores. Ignition level 20. Fuck a penny for your thoughts. For the many, not the few. 1% a thing of law.
try to ignite the flame, keep it connected. The only one that they need, they should keep on protected. They try to shut us down, but we keeping it stepping. Only the truest survive, only fighters weapon. I resonate deep in the wounds under the surface. Imperfect seeking perfection in the dark and the night. I reign in your deepest nucleus, burning with purpose. Giving breath to your lungs, I'm your guiding the light.
Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you. Warning.
take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again. I've walked this road, the one foretold would lead us home. Our fates unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've had the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face. I know the feeling's always fade, but nothing else can make me stay. It's time to run.
Hello and welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're still have a ton of Overwatch action to bring it to you, and things don't get easier for Boise State Blues. Now they're going to take on Miami of Ohio in TESPA, and the Redhawks, number 5 in the country. We'll see how the Broncos do. They came oh so close to getting to a map number 3 against Utah, who's number 4. And we'll see if the Broncos, who came into the season number 8 in the coaches poll, can get it done with the upset over Miami of Ohio. I am Michael Fisher, joined by David Captain Star Vogel to call all of the action here. And Captain Star, Utah was probably about the closest 2-0 you're ever going to get. Miami of Ohio, maybe Boise State has a chance to get an upset here and prove why they're still one of the best collegiate Overwatch teams. Or maybe they got to go back to the drawing board and figure a couple things out, because there have been some misplays from Boise State here tonight.
Yeah, against Utah, there was a few unfortunate mistakes that did cost us quite significantly. And I think if we can just clean up our act a little bit, we have a definite chance of victory. And I hope we can see them play just that slight bit better in this match.
Yeah, there's also been some really big positives. Goblin on the Hanzo and on the Farah has been absolutely insane. Nearly won a map for Boise State, but it was a great play by Cool ABC. And I think the biggest thing that, I don't know if Boise State, I don't say wasn't ready for, but it's something that we've seen a lot more that we hadn't seen in a while, is we've seen the resurgence of May here tonight. And at times, it feels like it's caught Boise State off guard, both with Guant getting caught on the wrong side of some May walls, and also the team of Boise State just not being ready for the blizzard, the freeze, and everything else that comes along with their kit.
Yeah, the key to playing against May is you play as a very tight group. If you can do that, it makes it very difficult to wall you off and split your team in half. And it also allows you to just pounce on her. Because if you can get on top of May, her only defensive option is to take herself out of the fight, which will then let you follow up with the rest of the team.
See what Boise State wants to do. We'll see what Miami of Ohio wants to do. As we mentioned, two of the best teams in the country in Overwatch, ready to go here in just moments in a best-of-3 in TESPA. Last time these teams faced, the Redhawks bounced Boise State out of the playoffs in the Harrisburg Invitational earlier last semester. So we'll see if Boise State has some revenge on their hands. As we mentioned, with the Swiss format in TESPA, the Broncos came in undefeated. They had to play two of the best teams, and we'll see how they respond. Get ready to go here. Any control map you think might favor Boise State? Because control versus Utah was a disaster. Do you think there's another map Boise State would rather see on control?
I think all control maps are up in the air. They all have their ups and downs, and usually you just have to practice and make sure your comps are good with any of them, because every single control map is interesting. Like the dry fight mechanic at the very beginning that just drives the momentum for the rest of the match is so important. It doesn't really favor it doesn't really favor any team significantly, in my opinion.
We will have to see. And, of course, we will have Escort and then Hybrid. Unlike NECC, we only play best 2 out of 3, so the Broncos might not have a chance at a map number 3 as they're trying to get the upset over the number 8 and over the number 5 ranked team in the country in Miami of Ohio. Boise State Blue has played very strong. If Guak is the reigning player of the week in the NECC, of course, a different tournament, but that speaks to the high level that he is playing at as well. If we saw some amazing plays from Goblin and from Plato, I mean, what do you think is the one thing that Boise State really needs to shore up from their match with Utah? I mean, I know we had a couple of bad fights, but what do you think is the one major key Boise State needed to take during that break to change to be able to upset the Redhawks?
I think what they need to do is focus on target prioritization and focus fire. There was a few fights where they just didn't quite focus the right target, and then they get burned down a little bit too fast. They couldn't sustain through the opponent's focus fire. And at the same time, they need to be able to manage their ult economy a little bit better, because there were a few times where the fight was lost, ult was used that could have been saved, and it did cost them. In that last fight on Route 66, they used a bunch of ultimates, didn't win the fight when they could have done dry out fight and then come in with a strong ult advantage, and they chose the former, and they ended up losing it because of it.
And what did you think about the Route 66 choice? Do you think if Boise State loses on control, they'll pick it again? Because, I mean, they went neck and neck with Utah, and they almost won. Do you think Route 66 was the best choice, or do you think there's another map you might recommend if Boise State loses on control?
I think that a lot of that's going to come down to scouting the opponent's team, seeing what comps they like to run, and picking a map that goes against what they like. As long as you can make the opponents uncomfortable and make them play something they're not used to, that gives you a huge advantage already, and as long as you are relatively comfortable, you're good to go.
Well, let's get ready to hop into it. As we mentioned, Boise State number 8 in the coaches poll, right behind Mizzou, within striking distance in terms of points with UC Irvine. There's Miami of Ohio, number 5. The Broncos just got 2-0'd by Utah, but that second map was about as close as it could be. So we'll see if the Broncos can unseat the Red Hawks here in TESPA. As we mentioned, it'll be a best of 3. We'll start on control. We'll go to escort. And if we need to, we'll go to hybrid to wrap everything up. And don't go anywhere. There's even more Overwatch action coming up after this. It's been a jam-packed day for Boise State. The blue team 1-1 on the day. They beat Champlain in the NECC. They dropped the game to Utah at TESPA. And now we'll see how they do against Miami of Ohio in this next TESPA matchup here. Two of the best teams in the country should see a lot of high-level play. And we're getting ready to go on control with Fisher Captain Star calling all of the action. Do you think we'll see the pretty standard start for Boise State on control with the Rhine Diva? Or do you think we'll maybe see the double bubble that we've pulled out at times but haven't pulled out consistently?
I think Rhine Diva is really good. It allows you to eat infinite damage potentially. It's really good for figuring out what your opponent's weaknesses are. And then if you think that double bubble will play into that better, then again, make the swap. The better team comp is more important than having ultimates up and ready to go in most cases. But yeah, I think the Rhine Diva is probably the better opener against these teams.
We are waiting to hop into game
Yep.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Just a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're ready to go. Not even the computer can handle the heat coming off the matchup here between some of the best in collegiate Overwatch. It's number 5, Miami, Ohio. It's number 8, Boise State. We're getting ready to drop into control here in map number 1 and see if Boise State has the answer. Like we said, I mean, Utah kind of handled Boise State in control. Felt like maybe Escort was going to go the Broncos' way. Just a couple of fights they could not win. So we'll see if they figured out their problems, given a little bit of extra time here. We'll see what they could do on map number 1. Wait to see what the map's going to be. We've seen all but Lijiang Tower tonight in control for Boise State Blues. So maybe they'll make it 3 for 3, and maybe a new map will help things out.
Yeah, most of the time you can't really choose the starting control point, but you can always hope.
It'd be nice. I mean, anything to help Boise State, as you mentioned, just the aspects of it, having to win a dry fight definitely puts a lot of individual skill in the players' hands. And when you're a talented team like either of these, you have to expect that one of them is going to come out just a little bit on top. As we're going to hop into it here. Miami, Ohio in the blue, Boise State in the red. Boise State trying a little bit of this off-meta comp with the Orisa Diva that we've seen at times, but for the most part has not been very successful.
And you saw the Diva get a couple boop kills, a few on the last control that we played, and we'll just see if it can actually do that again. They've got multiple CC with the Orisa to pull. They've got the Lucio to boop, and they're hopefully going to get that combo going to get a few environmental kills.
Well, here we go. Team's going to meet in the middle. Miami, Ohio up above. Boise State right next to the well. So far, nobody take it down just yet. Trading back damage. The Orisa shield will hold, as well as the Reinhardt shield for Quinku. And both teams looking for an opportunity. There, they're going to find one. CGS with a great flank. Headshots a large bagel. Does get taken down by Kel, but that's opened things up. Fortified's going to have to be burned by Guac. Immortality field from CSAC will be taken down. Now you've got Kel on the flank here, trying to put some extra damage in. Not going to be able to find anything. And both teams are just going to opt for a reset.
Yeah, Miami was able to just get on top of us and force us off point, and we're able to take the point off of that.
Great job by a large bagel. Gets back in the fight, gets a kill onto Heartache. There's already an Ant Matrix down for CSAC, and Boise State's going to have to line of sight. Asus is coming up soon. Maywall comes out from Fozix, and it's not going to be able to block off the Ant Matrix from Boise State. So it's going to force the Red Hawks just to line of sight. Guac's going to get a great kill there. Boise State should be able to flip the point back in their favor. Deadeye's going to come out and get one more, and Miami of Ohio will be forced for a reset.
Yeah, Boise State has a little bit more consistent damage using both of the McCree and the Torbjorn. And even the battle of attrition, like we were just in, Boise State was able to just take the victory because of all that poke damage they were able to put out. Whereas Miami has the May, and they want to get up close and personal, split the team, and brawl. Boise State was able to just deny them that opportunity, and eventually Boise State was able to take the point back.
Blizzard up for Fozix. How can Boise State deal with it? We'll start with the Molten Core, though, and they're going to bait out the Cryo Freeze, and the Blizzard will come down. Boise State not able to eat it, but it's just going to force them off the point, but they're able to contest it with a large bagel and stop it from flipping. Cal will be taken down, but Quinku goes down as well. Both teams without a tank. But the Red Hawks without a main tank should allow Boise State to push forward. They've got to watch out. There's a grab up in 4% for Heartache, as the Supercharger will come down to Guac to try and catch Boise State up, as they've lost Plato now as well. Goblin has also been taken out. There's no DPS alive for Boise State, but they're doing a great job contesting the point. Grab Dragon will come out from Miami of Ohio. Unfortunately, a large bagel walked into it, gets sucked in. That's going to do it for Boise State's chances there. Miami of Ohio is going to flip the point back.
Yeah, this point is just going back and forth, and it just seems whoever can just get a slight advantage just pushes that advantage until they eventually take the point.
Great Maywall there from Fozix. Going to cut off a large bagel. He'll be forced to wall run around. The Broncos have to wait for AC to respawn anyway, so they'll allow Miami, Ohio to take a slight lead here in percent, and we'll see how the next fight goes.
Boise State's coming into this with the significant ult advantage. We'll see how many of these they want to commit to the fight, and if they can save some for the next fight afterwards, that'd be fantastic.
Well, there's the Deadeye going to come out from Plato. Nice May wall there for Fozzik. Should be able to stop all of that damage. Ant Matrix will now come down with a May wall and cool down. There's a Diva Bomb that comes out from Kel as well. Jaybird's going to land a sound barrier, but only hits 3 members of the team. Not good for Miami, Ohio. Can Boise State find the punish? The large Bagel's going to throw down his sound barrier right as the shatter comes out. Cancels out all of the damage, but he will be taken out. Immortality from Asu going to be able to keep the rest of the team alive. But now Boise State, without those ultimates, they're going to walk into a Blizzard and an Ant Matrix. They will fall. Plato gets one onto Kinku, but that should unfortunately mean Boise State's not going to get back for a recontest. A large Bagel trying his best. He'll get just booped off the point and taken down. There's no contest for Boise State.
That was rough. Yeah, we came into that with a significant ult advantage, but they were able to just kite around the Deadeye, our self-destruct, and wasn't able to get anyone. And then they had the fantastic shatter that just was able to cancel out the beat that we were going to use aggressively.
See if map 2 is any different. Boise State at times felt slightly ahead of the Red Hawks, but in the end, they did prevail. As you mentioned, even with the ult advantage, Boise State couldn't pick up the last fight, and doesn't look like many swaps. Looks like Goblin will decide for now to swap over to that May.
I think May is really good on this map because the control point has a few doorways that you can just wall off, and once you take the point, it can be very hard to dislodge your team. So that's what Boise State's going for, is get to point, brawl on point, and it seems like that's what Miami is also going for.
You see the Symmetra coming out from Fozzik, so the Red Hawks should be there first, but they'll actually slow play it, and Boise State will meet them on that low ground right in front of the point, right before it unlocks. Heartache, the first one to go in. Double stun lands from Plato. They're going to get a freeze on the Fozziks, and the Symmetra's immediately taken down. Jaybird now incredibly low. The Immortality field does come out, but Goblin will be eliminated. Both Immortality fields are taken out. The point has unlocked. Jaybird, the next target for Boise State, barely sustaining through all the damage. Health like a yo-yo, and it's able to go back to full. Quinku now has that shatter already online. He's going to take out Guac. Asu will fall as well. Kel's going to join the party, and Boise State came oh so close to winning right off the rip. Miami, Ohio stabilized, and they'll push Boise State all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, that's the Metro teleporter. Caught us off guard. I don't think we were expecting it at all, and it just, the entire enemy team teleported behind us. We didn't rotate quite fast enough, and they were able to use that pressure and just push us off point.
Shatter is up for Quinku. Boise State has to be careful. They've got an Ant Matrix from Asu. CSAC's going to have his up as well. Boise State's going to jump right on the point. They got to be careful for those Symmetra turrets. As there's the Ant Matrix from Asu. There's a one-man shatter just on the Guac. He'll be able to survive, but it takes out the Immortality field. But the other one's going to be dropped by CSAC as well. Drops his own Ant Matrix. Deadeye is going to come out from Plato. And a boop off the edge by a large Bagel onto Jaybird. Should be an opening here for Boise State. Photon barrier is going to come down from Fozzik. Boise State's still trying to find these turrets. And they'll lose Goblin in the process. They're now going to walk right on top of the point. Cal gets forced out of mech. Shadow does land onto 2, and Quinku and CGS. There's no boop off the edge here from a large Bagel. They're able to take down Quinku, but at what cost? As Boise State will lose their tank, and Boise State is too hesitant to fight on those Symmetra turrets, and they took way too long.
Yeah, as I mentioned, once you get set up on point, it can be very difficult to dislodge, especially once you get Symmetra teleporter or turrets in place. A teleporter for mobility, for even like your McCree can teleport around. It's very difficult to lock that down, and Boise State is now has that Blizzard, and that can mean the difference here in this next fight.
Going into a Deadeye and a sound barrier. A large Bagel has his sound barrier as well. The Deadeye is going to come out from CGS to start everything off. Guac shield barely holding, and he's going to get taken out immediately. The Deadeye will take down the mech. There is the sound barrier. Blizzard's going to come out as well. Sound barrier answered by Jaybird. There's a shatter for Quinku. It's going to land onto 2. Plato taken low. Immortality field keeps him alive. Asu will now go down as well. And Boise State's going to lose this, and in only 3 fights, they're going to go down 1-0 here in this best of 3.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit worse than what we saw against Utah, and I just think it's how Miami is playing it. It just, Boise State just doesn't know how to act against that Symmetra. I don't think it's something we've seen before.
Play of the game goes to Heartache on the Zarya. But yeah, that's Symmetra. Even though she got picked in the first fight, it just felt like Boise State was just unwilling to fight. And this isn't even a grab play of the game. It is just simply the permanent 100 energy, burn everyone down. Great play by Heartache. You never see him drop below 90 energy that entire play, which you see there, 24 high energy eliminations, which is a pretty telling sign that you're usually going to end up winning the map.
Yeah, we had the May for most of that fight, or most of that map, and I don't think we were able to get a single split on the enemy team.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. See if Boise State can force a game 3, or will they take their second 2-0 of the night? Find out after this short break. Welcome back to the Boise State Gamepats Esports Arena. Trying to make sure everything's all good for Boise State on all ends. See if the Broncos could take down the Miami of Ohio Redhawks in this next game on Escort and force us into a map number 3. Fish and Captain Star here calling all of the action. And Captain Star, you've seen a little bit of Miami of Ohio. I think Control probably went a little faster than Boise State intended. Do you think Route 66 to play here for Boise State in Escort, or do you think they've got another trick up their sleeve?
I think Route 66 might be the play. It gives you enough room to dive, and maybe if Miami pulls out that Symmetra again, it gives you room to dive on where she is, and when their entire team teleports, there might be enough time to either follow up or take cover and regroup again.
Well, looks like Boise State's going to opt for the Route 66 play once again. Got to watch out for Goblin on that Farah. He had a great rocket barrage that opened things up against Utah after the Utes had a very nice early hold. We'll see how he does here, but that Sombra on the other side for Fozix could ground that Farah, and we all know a ground Farah is basically a dead and useless one.
Yeah, that Sombra is a very interesting pick. Sombra is very interesting in that it can set your team up for success, but your entire team has to be coordinated around that. We'll see if Miami can successfully pull off, or if Boise State can defend against that.
Roman Goblin swapped and then ended up swapping back. Large Bagel will swap back, maybe trying to fake out the enemy Farah and give them bad information as Goblin immediately take it incredibly low. Does get healed up by the Pocket Mercy. Trying to find some of that spam damage, but he has to be incredibly careful. CGS on that Hanzo. Quinku has been stunned. He should be able to survive for now, but he is dropping incredibly low. Goblin trying to find some extra damage. A play that's going to get the first elimination onto that Reinhardt. Immortality Field taken out there by Goblin. He's going to send Miami, Ohio back into the gas station, and Boise State off to an early, strong push.
Yeah, Boise State seems to be taking the advantage in these fights. The slow, drawn-out engagements allowing Boise State to just slowly whittle down the HP of Miami using our superior healing and damage with this Farah.
Oh, nice flank right behind the Rhine shields for Goblin. Not able to find a kill, but gets a ton of eliminations. Or a ton of damage. Also gets the Immortality Field, and Quinku will dive around a wall. And a great early start for Boise State. Didn't really meet much resistance here on their way to their first checkpoint.
Yeah, Boise State never really won a fight. They just kind of got picks and pushed Miami back and just further back, giving Boise the pressure to take first point pretty cleanly. Now Boise State has a significant ult advantage, and hopefully we can take advantage of that before this Sombra gets EMP to shut all of our abilities down.
Rocket Barrage up for Goblin. There's also a Shatter. There's the Rocket Barrage. Finds one onto CGS. The Ant Matrix will go down on the other side. Fortunately, Miami of Ohio really not in the line of sight of that Ant Matrix that Asu threw down. So they're just going to be able to wait out that duration without much worry. Now Boise State's going to push around the corner. They get one more onto Heartache, and for now, Boise State still has gone with the we don't need to win team fights as long as we get great picks. They get another one onto Quinku. Miami, Ohio's going to have to reset.
I feel like Boise State has just set the pace of this fight so much that Miami just doesn't know how to respond. Boise State's, again, taking fights in unexpected places. They're just pushing this issue as fast as they possibly can and just not giving Miami the chance to set up their engagements the way they want to.
Yeah, the only bad play so far for Boise State is they left the cart unattended for 3 or 4 seconds there, but in the end, it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Miami, Ohio's going to try for one last recontest. There's a Deadeye into a Valkyrie. The EMP only lands onto 2. And Jaybird's going to throw down that sound barrier to help stabilize the side of Miami of Ohio. Those shields will now be eaten through. Asu no longer has any mortality. Kel with the deep bomb, not even playing anything. 3-man shatter comes out from Guac. Can Boise State punish? The answer appears to be yes. Grab comes out from Heartache as he dies. But when there's a grab and no one else alive, it's hard to punish. Boise State picks up the team kill, and they are cruising right along right now.
This is it's a very big difference from what we saw in Control, and I think a lot of that comes down to the snowballing nature of Control, where you have to win that try fight originally, and then just so much is dependent on that, whereas Escort has a lot more of like, you have to play your macro game just as much as your micro, if that makes any sense.
And Matrix comes down from Asu. Goblin has the rocket barrage once again. There's no ult up for the side of Miami of Ohio for a while. The EMP, the closest one at 64%. There's a rocket barrage, going to pick up one onto CSAT. Goblin, unfortunately, will take himself out, but should be able to be revived quite easily there by a large bagel. Quinku tried to push forward to punish the revive. He gets taken out. Heartache going to swap over to Diva, will get taken out of the mech. Baby Diva not quite able to be killed. Oh, nice headshot right on the CGS. Most resistance we've seen, but Boise State still chugging along.
I'm a little curious to see how Miami's going to play around that EMP, because neither team has a ton of ultimates, but Miami has that EMP Deadeye that could shut Boise State down if they're able to get that off successfully.
There's the Deadeye that's going to come out. 3-man EMP from Fozix will be used. It's only going to land onto a couple. CGS going to be able to stun and take down a large bagel. Plato answers right back with one onto Jaybird, but they're each down 2 aside, and there's no mercy res available for Boise State. And with defender respawn advantage, Boise State's not going to get the cart too much further. Looks like Goblin and Large Bagel swapped off the Pharmacy. They're going to swap over to the Torbjorn and the Lucio as Heartache's first out of the mech. Both Batiste going to throw down the Ant Matrix. Shatter comes out from Guac, not able to find anything. There's a Diva Bomb from Kel. Does get Hax, who's not able to remech. Great pick there by Fozix. Now there's a Deadeye for Plato. He's already earned it back. He's going to get stunned on that one. Second Deadeye in a row that Plato's not able to get off, but Goblin and Plato going to be able to combine for 2 kills. Sound Barrier from Jaybird's going to come out to buy them as much time as they can if you're Miami of Ohio and get your team back in. But it's not enough to keep Fozix or Heartache alive. CSAC will go down as well. Jaybird will fall. Can they cap before the respawns get there? Yes, they can. And Boise State with a strong showing on Route 66. Nearly 3 minutes in the tank, and they 3-cap.
I feel like Boise State has figured out how Miami plays, and they figured out how to counter that. And that technical difficulties we had earlier might have played to our advantage, since we gave us a little more time to talk about what strategies and comps we wanted to pull out in this game.
Yeah, I gave Boise State some time after that Control showing to regroup, regather. And so far, so good, but we'll see how they defend against Miami of Ohio. Because really there wasn't a lot of team fights until right around this corner. It was just consistent Boise State picks, and there's nothing the Red Hawks can do when they're down 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, Boise State just pushed up so far, and Miami just wasn't able to punish that, and instead had a few of their members get taken out super early, just allowed Boise State to steamroll. And I think a lot of the difference between this map and the previous one was Boise State has practiced against this. They know how to play against a Sombra. I don't think Boise State knew how to play against that Symmetra. They just fell apart and got picked off and just whittled down because of the Symmetra amping damage of her primary fire. And I think Boise State is just significantly more comfortable playing against this comp that Miami's bringing out now.
I was just saying, it feels like the Sombra is a swing and a miss from the side of Miami of Ohio. Didn't get those, you know, show-stopping 5-6-man EMPs that we're used to seeing when Sombra has a big impact. Had a couple of nice individual hacks, but for the most part, I would have liked to see Fozix either on a May That played really well for Utah on this map for Cool ABC, but just the Sombra feels as if it is maybe struggling a little bit, but we'll see if Fozig's able to turn it around while he's attacking Miami of Ohio. So far, Boise State just holding the high ground on the gas station. Gonna let the Red Hawks push all the way around that corner before they decide to go in.
Yeah, one thing that Miami has here is they can stall the fight and let their Sombra farm up EMP, which doesn't seem like that's what they're doing, but it's always an option available to them to just kind of wait, build up that EMP, and then win it all in one fell swoop.
Boise State waiting for their opportunity. They forced the Red Hawks into the gas station. Concussive just misses from Plato there. Would have been a great pick otherwise. Got Kel on the Diva for the spam as well against the Sombra. Boise State's well equipped to handle her. But unfortunately for now, Goblin's going to be the first elimination as he'll finally be taken out. And much like Boise State, it's just a story of a long, drawn-out fight with a couple picks here and there. Mortality Field comes down from Asu. It's immediately taken out. Quinku's going to take down Kel. Guac should be the next one to follow. A large bagel does get Fozix, but it's not going to be enough. And one pick here and there snowballs quickly for Miami of Ohio. And just like Boise State, they'll cap the point without a true team fight as they'll wrap up Boise State and send them back.
But now we see that the ults are starting to come into the equation now. I don't think either team got a single ult off that whole time. But it looks like the Boise State is going to have a few key ultimates along with Miami. But Miami doesn't quite have that EMP that can completely shut down the entire plan if Boise State's not careful.
Large Bagel's going to have to try and get that sound barrier built up, avoid the EMP, and then slam it down. There's a molten core that's going to come out. Long range there from Goblin. Deadeye will come out as well. Plato's looking for a target, can't find anything. It's one on the Jaybird through the sound barrier shield. They'll be traded out by CGS. Asu's going to get one onto Heartache. That EMP still looming large for Fozix. Boise State's doing a nice job separating themselves and forcing Miami of Ohio to run back.
Unfortunately, Boise State used multiple ultimates there to push Miami back. But Miami was 100% okay with that, just backed off, and now Miami has a significant ult advantage coming into this next fight.
Here comes the Sombra. There it is. 5-man EMP, but a large bagel does his job perfectly. He dodges it, throws down the sound barrier. Gravitic Flux is going to come out, but Boise State will stay alive. And Kel's going to be able to remech as a large bagel outplays Fozix on that one. Now can Boise State win the fight? CSAC is incredibly low. Shatter from Quinku's only going to land onto Kel, but an Immortality Field keeps him alive. Diva Bomb will be available, but Goblin is the first elimination. Deadeye is going to come out from CGS. Boise State's going to have to line of sight, and they'll do that perfectly, but they're still going to end up losing Kel. Guac's going to charge in, not find anything, and despite a great play by a large bagel, in the end, Miami, Ohio still wins the fight.
And Miami is down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It's a lot higher than we would like, but it is something. The Boise State is slowing them down, and as soon as the payload starts entering these enclosed quarters in this next point, Boise State looks like they might have the advantage.
Recontest comes out from Boise State. They stop the cart barely in time. Unfortunately, Kel's just going to get taken out. Immortality Field keeps him alive in the baby Diva form, and a Deadeye from Plato is able to catch Quinku, who's looking for the Diva Bomb. But Plato and Goblin have both been taken out. Boise State has gotten a couple picks of their own. The CGS will fall. Jaybird and Quinku will respawn, but this should be enough to force Miami of Ohio back. They get down CSAC, so the Broncos will hold just barely in front of the payload. We'll see how long Miami of Ohio wants to wait. Great Immortality Field from Asu in the middle. The Gravitic Flux keeps him alive. He'll throw down an Ant Matrix as well as everyone's rejoined the fight. It's full 6-on-6. Now it looks like everybody's going to disengage while they wait for that EMP to get in position.
Seems like Miami tried to use the Sigma Ultimate to backdoor the point, but we were able to split up and we were able to get something on the point to make sure that didn't happen.
Guac's going to miss the shatter, but Quinku will be taken out anyway. You see Fozix trolling around that top left side of your map. Once again, a large bagel has a sound barrier for the EMP, though.
Yeah, the mini game between Sombra and Lucio is always an interesting one to watch. It feels bad that Sombra has to be the one, has to solo EMP the Lucio to keep that beat going off. So it's always interesting to watch, see how that plays out.
Core is going to come out from Goblin. Still 4 ults on the side of Miami of Ohio. He'll walk right into a concussive grenade and get stunned. Sound barrier is going to come out from Jaybird. There's a 2-man EMP, but a large bagel's able to dodge it once again. It'll throw down the sound barrier to keep his team alive. Kel forced out of the mech. A large bagel and Plato going to combine for a handful of eliminations. A large bagel gets a perfect sound barrier and adds 3 kills as well. And now Miami of Ohio starting to run out of time.
Yeah, the EMPs have been not hitting the mark that Miami wants, and Boise State is able to either dodge it for the most part or let their Lucio sustain them through it, which is very impressive. It's pretty hard to do when you have five people on your team get EMP.
Fozix has realized his Sombra is not working, and with a minute left on the clock, he's going to swap over to that May that has given Boise State 50. And Matrix going to come out there from Asu. Shatter online from Grok. He'll throw it down, not going to find anything. Deadeye comes out as well as the Gravitic Flux. 2 in the head for CGS. The Gravitic Flux going to kill Guak even though he's inside the building. And just like that, nice ult combination from Miami, Ohio, and they'll clean this point up and go on to the next one.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. But Boise State didn't really have a whole lot of ults to work with. Miami came into that with the ult advantage, and now Boise State has the tools to full hold them on this last point.
Seen the blue team in matches prior, or no, excuse me, that was the orange team, never mind. So we've seen Boise State, though, hold out for 2-3 minutes on this point. It's definitely something that is possible. We'll see.
The only thing we have to watch out for here is the May walls to split the team.
Well, there's a dead May, so that'll help things out for Boise State to start. They'll get another one on a Jaybird. The Red Hawks probably better served to retreat here and just not burn time off the clock, because they're already down to a minute and a half.
Yeah, Miami doesn't really have very many ultimates. They have damage matrix, but that's about it for now. Boise State, as long as they can take the advantage, they can win this next fight pretty easily.
Ooh, nice D-bomb table take down Quinku. Shatter stun did come out on the 3 members of Boise State. They're able to survive through it. Plato takes down CGS before he can take it down himself. Kel will get frozen. So will Asu, but there's only a minute left, and right now Miami, Ohio has not gone very far. Jaybird threw down the sound barrier, did not land on any of his teammates besides himself. A Gravitic Flux from Heartache, able to pick him up a double kill. Oh, Kel can't quite get the elimination. A large bagel will assist him, but with defender advantage, Boise State's going to get one last chance here to defend, if not 2.
Yeah, that last fight was very chaotic. They only pretty much had May and Sigma alive, but they were able to sustain through multiple ultimates and just sustain for the respawn to come out, and Boise State just wasn't prepared for the respawns and got wiped because of it.
Can Boise State hold on for the next 20 seconds? There's a Deadeye through it, Ant Matrix as well as a Molten Core. Some hit markers is all he gets to show for it. Ant Matrix comes out for CSAC, and a little mortality field that gets taken out as Quinku and CSAC both will fall. There's a nice freeze as Fozix on this May, trying to clutch for his team, eventually does get taken out. Time ticking down on the Red Hawks. Huge stun onto Jaybird just to stop the recontest. And Boise State has sent us to a game number 3, winner take all.
Yeah, I think Boise State has figured out the pace that Miami wants to play the game at, and they figured out how to counter it pretty effectively.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen here on Hybrid. Looks like it might be Blizzard World. We'll stay tuned there to see if that is the case. Boise State with a resounding win, and who do you favor in this third matchup, Miami of Ohio or Boise State?
I think Boise State has a significant advantage. They figure out how to play against Miami. Control was rough, but we've come back, and Control is a really weird game mode to play. Mm-hmm. It's the next game mode, I believe, is Hybrid. It's a lot closer to Escort, so I think Boise State has an advantage here. And, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think Boise State, based on what we saw from Escort, probably has the advantage. But I do think the one positive for Miami of Ohio, if you're a Red Hawks fan, would be I think Fozix, it took him probably about 15 minutes too long to learn. But he did learn the Sombra's not working. It never really worked, except I think one fight. If he's on that May, which got incredible value in the limited fights we saw, I would be scared if Fozix tries that May instead of that Sombra. I think that Sombra was a little bit of a secret agent, paid agent kind of thing for Boise State because it was not working at all for Miami.
Yeah, Sombra and May both kind of fit in the same category of DPS that play more like supports where you set your team up for advantages.
Well, we're going to give the teams a chance here. We'll take one more break. Who's going to come out on top in game number 3? Boise State, Miami of Ohio. It's a pair of top 10 teams. Stay tuned and find out.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome. Game Pants Esports Arena. Going to change gears here just a little bit. We'll keep you updated on how the Boise State Miami of Ohio series goes, but we've had the blue team in our focus all night. We want to swap things up and get over to the orange team and see how they're going to do in their NECC matchup against Fresno State. Don't forget, Boise State Esports always recruiting talented players, production, and if you want more information, go check them out at boisestate.edu for more information. So now we get the orange team. I think the one biggest criticism for the orange team, Captain Star, time and time again this semester has been their sometime reliance, sort of like we saw from Fozix on that Route 66 map, to stick to what they're really good at. We've seen a lot of Sombra from Frost. It's heroes they're good at. The problem is it's not heroes that are meta right now, and that, I think, has really doomed this team so far in NECC with just a few victories to show, and definitely not the showing that they wanted this far into the season.
Yeah, having a few champions you're really good at is important. But almost just as important is the willingness to swap comp to something different. Because once a team can figure out how to beat you, if you can't change your comp and play style around, it's just going to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw the Fozix on that Sombra just fall flat on his face. I mean, not to toot Modern Frost's own horn, but, I mean, we've seen Modern Frost this semester get 5, 6-man consistent EMPs. And we've seen this team lose those 6-man EMP fights. And it's just one of those where Sombra doesn't feel like she's meta anymore. I mean, this was a criticism of the orange team last year where it felt like they were a little slow to adapt to the meta once it did hit in the playoffs. So we'll be curious to see how this orange team is going to do against Fresno State. Memory serves correct. The Bulldogs made Boise State Blue work for it in NECC. Orange and Blue both in the same division. So that is another interesting thing. They kind of get to see every team twice, so there's sort of an advantage for one team if they've already played them, so they get some extra scouting. But we'll see. It's Boise State Orange. It's Fresno State. We go back to our 3-map format, no longer best of 3, Captain Star. And what are you expecting for Control? Because so far tonight, Control has been Boise State Blue's worst map.
Control is always interesting, and historically, Boise State is not great at Control. We're very good at managing ultimates. And keeping the ult economy going. But that's very hard to do on a control map that it lasts so little time and you start from scratch.
See our Boise State roster: Icy, Quidgeable, Modern Frost, Narbles, Beanie Bum, and Pleb. See if any of them are able to come through clutch like we've seen Goblin and friends do with some excellent solo play, especially from the DPS. Or if they're unable to make a play, we'll see. I think Fresno State's going to be a very tough test for them. Like I said, this is a team that I know at times Quidgeable stuck a lot on that diva. We've seen Kel bring it out a few times tonight. I know Zarya's in the meta right now. He's played both fantastically well. He's actually played really well in that Zarya when he has been able to play it, but unfortunately he's stuck on that diva. It does look like Boise State has actually opted for a roster change. Beanie Bum is out. Nerdy Bird is in the support role for Boise State. Been with the team for quite a while. See how that change does for Boise State. They made one appearance last week for Boise State against Champlain. Ended up getting swapped back for Beanie Bum in Game 3. So we'll see how that support change goes for Boise State.
Yeah, a lot of the games comes down to you need to play the people that will work together the best. And depending on which heroes Nerdy is better at and which heroes Beanie Bum is comfortable at, it can change which comps you you're planning on running. And on control, the comp you run is very important because you're not going to have your big ultimates as often.
I mean, we've seen the blue team do this really well. They have 7 players. Their third is in the DPS slot with Rezo, and he's come in at times and made really huge plays, given Goblin or Plato a day, a bad map off. We'll see if the orange team can do the same with Beanie Bum and Nerdy Bird and how they're going to handle that. Like I said, we'll get all 3 maps regardless, so maybe it's sort of a 2-1 split in some form as we're getting ready to go here. It's Boise State Orange. It's Fresno State in the NECC. We'll play all 3 maps, and we'll keep you updated on how Boise State and Miami, Ohio are doing in game number 3, which we had to pull away from here to cover this action because, of course, it's been a lot of Boise State Blue. Want to make sure everyone gets on the stream, and we're getting ready to hop into this first match. See if the orange team, coming off a win last week against Champlain, can keep the winning ways going because I think, from what I've been told, they are in the 8th spot of 8 for the playoffs right now in NECC. So a win tonight will go a long way to keeping them in that playoff push. We get Doc's keys to the game. Never take a fair fight. We talk all about it. What exactly does that mean? Well, take fights in unexpected places when the other team is unprepared and when you can have ability advantages. It's all brought to you by Count, who's Identity Trust Global Network, delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online, go check them out at count.com, KOUNT.com. And we'll see if Boise State can find some unexpected and unfair fights against Fresno State, because that might be what it takes, Captain Star, for them to pull off the victory here against a very talented conference rival in Fresno.
Yeah, one of the most important things is if you can't necessarily win the 1v1, you always need to be able to play the macro game a little bit better, and that can give you the edge you need to take the victory.
Yeah, we'll see how the team comps go as well together. As you mentioned, with swaps coming out, you're going to want to put people on a hero that they are incredibly comfortable on, so we'll see if that is going to be the case. As I mentioned, Fresno State challenged the Boise State Blue team, maybe one of the biggest challenges they've gotten in the NECC, so this could be a very tough matchup. But the good news from the Orange team, they've seen that VOD. They've probably been able to review, know what the Bulldogs do well, know what the Bulldogs don't do well. Maybe they'll be able to exploit that in our matchup here as we're getting ready to hop into control, just probably waiting for a last member to get in the lobby or something. When you have these live games, you never know exactly when they'll go. And we're just waiting and trying to figure out who Boise State's going to play and what the Orange team wants to do. Because, like I said, I think we've got to watch probably the DPS choices the most for Boise State Orange. That has been at times where they feel maybe with the Sombra, it just doesn't have that oomph as something like a McCree or a Farah or a Hanzo. Take your pick. Yeah, your DPS choices in large part determine your comp. If you play like the Sombra or May, you're looking to set up an easy fight or split the enemy team or weaken them in some way, and that's your win condition. Whereas when you have McCree or Hanzo or some of those high DPS champions, you can just burn through shields and just take the fight straight up. Final match of the night here between Boise State and Fresno State. The Orange team for the Broncos get ready to go in this NECC. As we mentioned, they are the 8th team out of 8 in the playoffs. So a win here would keep them in the playoff push. A loss could be just absolutely detrimental to their chances. Maybe even the May might be something. If you mentioned how similar in style, not so much, but in gameplay, May and Sombra are. Frost, one, the name would fit very well, but 2, maybe if he wants to be that more supporting role, get some freezes, maybe he goes from the Sombra over to the May, because we've seen May played incredibly well tonight by some members, I think Frosty from Champlain and Cool ABC of Utah, who won some maps for their team. Yeah, Sombra and May are both some of my favorite champions because they don't necessarily carry the game, but they set their teammates up to carry it in much the same way that tanks do. They set the rest of their team up to get eliminations, to get pressure, and keep the fight going. And it's just interesting dynamic where you can play DPS, but play more of a support DPS. Yeah, be curious to see what the Orange team wants to go with. They're coming off a win last week against Champlain. It was a 3-map overtime affair that got them the victory and put them in this playoff spot. We'll see if they maybe turn the corner. I know this is a very tough group with teams like Midland and Boise State Blue. Those were both in the championship last semester for NECC, so it was not a kind group to Boise State Orange. So far, they've at least done enough to hold their own and sneak now into that last playoff spot. Get ready to go between the Orange team and Fresno State. While we wait, let's look like we have a giveaway in the chat. I know we had that game mode earlier on between our break with the Docs Respawn Challenge. That was just all sorts of insanity. So this is probably the easier way to win Captain Star than trying to bonk Briggs off the edge for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was an interesting game mode we saw during the break for a few minutes. We love to do giveaways. It's always a fun way to interact with the community. And we don't do them as often as I'd like because I like free stuff and I want to get
Well, you
more
can't
of
win
that.
anything when you're up here. You better not be in Twitch chat right now, Captain Star.
I wish I was.
Yeah. Whoa!
Unfortunately,
wow.
I have
Dang.
a job to do.
Dang! Shots fired at me. That is wow. Sorry that I'm not, making your night more exciting here. So it looks like we've got a couple of our maps showing here. Once again, no King's Row, which is something I will always celebrate. You're one of the few people who will apparently jeer at that notion.
King's Row has a special place in my heart. I love King's Row.
Curious what the third map will be, as we talked about. We will play all 3 maps, regardless of what the outcome is. As map score is important at NECC, and when you're Boise State Orange and you're on that 8th playoff spot, you go up 2-0, you got to make sure you still pedal all the way down, because if you maybe lose a map, sure, you win the overall series, but that one map you lost could be the difference between going home or staying in the playoffs.
Yeah, staying in the playoffs is really nice. It always feels bad when you end up in like the 9th spot and you're so close, but just not quite close enough. And it's so fun to play Overwatch and play these competitive games with your team that even just playing more games is a reward in and of itself, even if you don't go as far as you originally like.
Well, there's our final map where we saw earlier in the day Guac absolutely clutch with an insane backdoor. I'm still upset for him that he wasn't named play of the game or top play for our stream for that. I mean, yeah, it was a boring play, but still, I thought it was one of the best ones we've seen. Hopefully, Boise State Orange doesn't find that themselves in this situation. But overall, I mean, pretty consistent from, I think, what we saw in that Champlain matchup. Actually, I think almost the exact same map. So maybe Boise State has a plan up their sleeve. Maybe these are maps they've been practicing quite a bit because the blue team played on the exact same 3.
Yeah, it's the map choice. If you know it beforehand, it's something that is very important to practice on and just get very comfortable with.
So you see our upcoming broadcast schedule for the rest of this week and early next week in March. There's always something happening on the Boise State Twitch stream. You can see how jam-packed Mondays are. So you see we've got some Missouri High School Overwatch. We've got Call of Duty. We've got Madden. But right now, we've got Overwatch, and it's Fresno State taking on the orange team of Boise State. Game 1 of the NECC coming at you live.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite one of my favorite control maps, just because of how it plays out. You have some wide open spaces with places that you can get environmental eliminations with, but at the same time, if you take the point, you have the opportunity to just hold in this tight enclosed area. So dive can work really well, but Brawl also has that spot that you can definitely make Brawl work on this map as well. We'll see what the teams actually decide to take up.
As I say, haven't quite seen what either team is opting for here.
Capture the objective.
Looks like Boise State Orange going pretty meta. Almost the same comp we saw the blue team run. Meanwhile, for Fresno State, a little bit of a different comp. I know Sugar, definitely one of the better players on the Bulldogs, something you want to watch out for. But Bully Hunter caught on the wrong side of the wall. Boise State's going to try and bully him. But unfortunately, it's Frost who's booped off the edge with a great immortality field from Robin to keep Bully Hunter alive, even with a great wall from Frost on that May. Collegiate going to be forced out of the mech. The Broncos probably going to be forced to retreat here as Icy will be taken out. Finally, they kill Bully Hunter. It's about 15 seconds too late, and Boise State's going to have to retreat in short order.
Yeah, that wall at the beginning was fantastic, but somehow, and I don't know how the angles work, but Robin was able to get the immortality to keep the Rhine alive, and then Fresno State was able to just burn down the May wall and punished us for overcommitting on the Reinhardt, who was invulnerable.
Yeah, that was a great immortality field from Robin. Definitely won the fight for Fresno State, because if Bully Hunter's dead that early, I can see Boise State pulling away with a clean win. Maywall from Frost this time not going to be far enough back, so he misses the wall and Maul. Ant Matrix will come down for Pleb, but a great line of sight will come down for Fresno State. Immortality will fall. Shatter lands from Icy onto a couple, but a great Deadeye from Sugar on the back line picks up one onto Nerdy. Robin will fall. Icy's going to go off the edge, but Boise State's going to say we don't need it. They're going to get 5 eliminations themselves. Rigby will change off 1 for Frost at the very end. Boise State should be able to win this one pretty cleanly with a nice punch onto Silver.
Yeah, Boise State seems to be taking control of the pace of the fight. We're able to determine where and when they were going to fight. and they just made Fresno State a little bit uncomfortable with that choice, and they were able to slowly take the victory.
Fortunately for Boise State, they're going into quite a large number of ultimates. You see the grab, you see the Ant Matrix that comes down right on cue, and you see Sliver has that sound barrier. Grab's going to come out. Immortality Field's the only answer Boise State has. Pleb will be taken out first. There's a Diva Bomb behind Fresno State. There's the Death Blossom from Shame. He's going to wrap things up. And Boise State's going to have to retreat with the point set and a team kill for Fresno State.
But if you look at the ultimates used, Fresno State used a lot of ultimates, a lot of high-value ultimates. They used Graviton, they used Death Blossom, they used Ant Matrix, where Boise State used a single Diva Bomb, which almost never gets value anyways. So Boise State has the significant ult advantage coming to this next fight, that they should be able to, if played properly, take this point fairly easily.
Sliver still has that sound barrier. Nerdy Bird 15% away. Blizzard from Frost will come down. There's a sound barrier from Sliver. He's going to get frozen up. Narbles gets the Deadeye onto one. They're able to take down the Immortality Field, but the teams have traded 1 for 1. Brow Freeze comes out from Frost at full HP, but he's able to stay alive. Ant Matrix from Pleb will come down. Barely hanging on, and then unfortunately Pleb and Nerdy will both get picked. Sound barrier was up, but Boise State unfortunately is going to use all of their ults except one and still lose that fight.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. We just were a little over-aggressive. We should have just taken the point and what made them engage into us. But when you're playing this high-paced game, fast-paced, it's really hard to make decisions.
Solo Shadow lands onto Narbles. Overtime has come out. Sound barrier comes out from Nerdy, but not able to touch the ground, so that shield will not activate, and that's probably going to do it for Boise State here. Without that big shield, they don't have anything to sustain through the pressure of Fresno State. Bulldogs going to pad their stats a little bit here in overtime, wrapping up some kills here and there. And they're going to win map 1 of Control. There's a Death Blossom just for the overkill.
Yeah, I love the May pick that we had, but we just weren't able to get the value. We weren't able to split their team very well with the walls. They never really worked out that way. And then the Death Blossoms were just brutal on the side of Fresno State.
Yeah, I mean, we got the exact play you want from the May. You got the wall and maul onto Bully Hunter. He was caught all alone. I still don't know how Robin snuck around that wall and got an Immortality Field down to completely flip the fight. So if it wasn't for Robin's hero play, that map could have gone totally different. I'll be curious to see if they want to bring out the May again. I don't know if the Sombra would get great value here. So if you're Boise State, I think you probably stick to the May, or you go something a little bit more DPS-y in terms of like a Hanzo or maybe a Pharah, since this map is a bit more wide open.
Yeah, it is wide open, but May also has her own spot, especially in the opening fight. Like a good wall will win a fight.
Well, they swapped over to the Sombra. Unfortunately, Pleb and Frost are both taken out. Quintuple will join in short order. One swap, nothing doing for Boise State, and Fresno State will clean them up. They'll get one elimination onto Shane, but that's about it.
Yeah, the Sombra takes a while to get value. You have to be able to flank, get a good hack. But Boise State wasn't able to delay the fight. Fresno just pushed the issue, just hard engaged early on, and we weren't able to get a hack target.
Icy pretty close to that Shatter, might be able to turn the fight. Frost pretty far away from that EFP. Fresno State's going to bait Boise State onto the point. Icy has the Shatter, just has to break the shield. Shatter's down, there it is! Lands onto 3 perfectly. What a play from Icy, but a great Immortality Field once again from Robin. Keeps everybody alive, only Bully Hunter taken out. Boise State's going to lose 3, make it 4. How about 5? No, Frost barely gets away, and Robin, the clear MVP for Fresno State.
Yeah, those Immortality Fields were MVP, no question. They've saved Fresno State from multiple fights at this point. There's not much that will shut Boise State down as hard as that Immortality Field will.
Nice hack on to Bully Hunter. He has the Shadow available. Ant Matrix will come down. Deadeye's going to come up from Sugar. Boise State will line aside it. There's a grab that misses. It's on the other side of the wall. Rigby's just going to run on through and get a kill. On to Pleb. Nerdy will take down Bully Hunter before being taken down, and there comes the rest of Fresno State. They'll kill everybody but Narbles, and Boise State now with the EMP Deadeye and not much more.
In this next fight, you're going to be seeing the mini game between Sombra and Lucio. Sombra definitely wants to get that Lucio in the EMP, but obviously the Lucio wants to stay out so they can sound barrier. I think this next fight is going to come down to that mini game, who wins it, and it'll determine who takes this point.
Policy play here by Fresno State to all group up. There's the 3-man EMP, but Sliver plays it perfectly, and he's able to get the sound barrier down. Oh, nice shot from Narbles, takes down the Sliver. Nerdy will go down as well. Neither team has a Lucio. Frost able to pick one up onto Sugar. Shatter does come down from Frost, lands only onto Robin. There's a deep bomb from Quidgeable. Nice! Death Blossom, gonna get 2 for Shane. Quidgeable gets 1. Shane will now be taken out. The team's trading very evenly. It's only Frost alive on the point. Nerdy's gonna get back in, try and take down Sliver, who died early on as well. He will be taken out, and Boise State will be able to flip it at 92%.
But this is still only one fight territory. If Fresno State wins a single fight, that's game.
Sugar gets a great pick, but he'll get staggered out anyway, so that'll allow plenty of time for Frost to get back. He's close-ish to the EMP. Meanwhile, Fresno State probably is gonna have a Deadeye and a Shatter in this next fight.
Yeah, Boise State is gonna have to play around their abilities. They're not going to have any ultimates for a while, and that's a scary moment.
There's an Ant Matrix from Robin. Pleb will throw down his as well. Shame gonna get picked off, getting way too greedy. Great chance here for Boise State. Immortality Field has come down. Shatter from Bully Hunter, not gonna find anything. Sound Barrier will be used by Nerdy Bird to try and keep Boise State alive. Charge just barely misses as a great Deadeye from Narbles able to pick up both tanks on the side of Fresno State. Boise State's gonna get 5 members as Shame respawns. Unfortunately, that cost every Bronco ult.
Well, to be fair, they built their ults and they used them. The same thing is true for Fresno. They only have 1 ultimate right now. They're coming up on Graviton Surge. Boise State has all the tools they need to shut this down.
Oh, nice 5-man EMP from Frost. Can they find the punish, though? Immortality Field's been taken down on both sides. Bully and Sugar will be taken out. They're going to get down Rigby as well, who's on that grab. And now we're going to get a staggered recontest at best if you're Fresno State into a Shatter. Can they do it? As Boise State's trying to build up, they got to make sure they don't over-pursue. Nice stagger kill onto Robin.
Yeah, it's always a tough decision. Do you chase or do you play back? And
there's an elimination, 1 onto Sugar, 1 onto Nerdy. Sliver will be taken out as well as an Ant Matrix comes down. Quidgeable able to remake. But there's no one in there, and Boise State, by the skin of their teeth, forces us to a map number 3.
I think these games are being won off of the back of the Baptiste immortalities. There have been such good immortalities on both sides that have saved the teams from certain death otherwise. I think the Baptistes are winning the games for the different teams.
Nice to see some support. Shout out, I know last week against Champlain, the supports didn't have the best of times. Lots of like solo sound barriers, missed sound barriers. So the fact that we're seeing some great support play here for Orange and for Fresno State, a nice turn of events from last week. So get ready to kick this off. The Sombra's been doing well for Frost, but you can still see, even when he gets an nice EMP, the lack of oomph that Boise State has at times.
Yeah, the follow-up can always be a challenge.
Same comp for both sides. Neither team willing to give an inch. Game 1 of the NECC, map 3 on control. Winner goes up 1-0 in the series. To kick things off, Icy swinging his hammer around, and Shane's the first one taken down. Immortality View from Pleb has been sniped out from Bully Hunter, but Sliver will fall as well. This puts Boise State in a great position. Icy already at 70% on that Shatter. Bully Hunter gets taken down as well. Nerdy was picked by Sugar, but Boise State's going to send Fresno State packing in to get the point first.
Yeah, I think that fight basically came down to Boise State rushed straight to point, whereas Fresno State took a side path and they split up a little bit. And as soon as they split up, Boise State recognized that and punished it hard.
Yeah, Matrix comes down from Pleb, but Fresno State will just line of sight this one cleanly. Nerdy's able to get a great pick onto Sugar. The Bulldogs are going to walk into the Shatter, but a great block at the last second from Bully Hunter is able to stop it. Immortality Field does come down. There's a deep bomb in the back line for Quidgeable, but unfortunately not able to find anything as a great Immortality Field is put up there. Frost and Nerdy have been taken down for Boise State. Probably going to lose this fight. We'll see how long they can stall. Shatter is blocked once again, this time by Icy. Shane's able to get one more. Narble sitting on this Deadeye, probably just going to retreat. And Frost the only one alive, but he's nowhere close to that EMP.
Fresno State did a fantastic job of dodging or blocking the ultimates. Boise State committed Diva Bomb and Shatter. Neither of them got any value at all. And Fresno State is just showing how powerful regular abilities can be.
Shocked that Quidgeable now chooses to swap off the Diva just simply because Rigby's going into a grab. and that would have been a great eat target. And then maybe you swap. There's the grab that's going to come out. Narbles is flanking with the Deadeye. He's going to be able to take down Rigby. The Nerdy and Narbles will both be taken out. The Immortality Field from Pleb will come out, but immediately gets taken down. And when you have a grab and you don't have a sound barrier to answer, there's not much you can do if you're Boise State.
Yeah, Nerdy's been having a rough time getting eliminated early in most of these fights and making it really hard for her to charge the sound barrier.
Still 30% behind Sliver, who's sitting on his sound barrier. But of course, we get the game between Frost and Sliver. Can Frost find the EMP that hits Sliver? Or will Sliver be able to get a great sound barrier?
I don't think this fight, I don't think Frost is going to EMP, just because Boise State just doesn't have the follow-up. They don't have any big ults to follow it up with. So we'll see.
They have an Hand Matrix. A Shatter is going to land on the Quenchable, and Immortality Field will keep the team alive. Here looks like you are right, Captain Star. Frost wants to hold on this EMP until there's bigger ults on the side of Boise State. Bully Hunter incredibly low. Robin will drop his Ant Matrix, and Boise State will just retreat. The point is at 75%, so if there's a time to go, you got to do it quickly. You're walking into a Deadeye. Nice translocate, gonna land it onto 2. There's the Death Blossom though, and unfortunately when you EMP and you miss the Reaper and you miss the Lucio, that's gonna happen.
Yikes, yeah, that was unfortunate. They got a lot of Fresno State, but the 2 key people it needed to hit, it did not.
You hit one or the other. Boise State probably has a decent shot. They're going to have a chance to contest the payload here with Nerdy. They're going to get taken out. They have the sound barrier available to maybe help this contest. Instead, now Boise State's just going to pad the stats of Fresno State. And unless the Bulldogs all disconnect, they're going to pick up map number 1 here in the NECC.
Yeah, I think it came down to Sombra just didn't get the value that we needed out of it.
The Sombra, and I think you hit it on the head though, Captain Star. I mean, the sound barrier charge for Sliver was always about 30 to 40% ahead of Nerdy's, and he had sound barrier when he needed it, like right here. And Boise State never got a sound barrier that entire map, and that's unfortunately why they weren't able to pull out the victory.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate ult economy we went into, but that's Control for you.
Don't forget the top 5 plays that we present at the end of every match are brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Have just learned that unfortunately Boise State Blue also suffered a loss. They were taken out in map number 3 by Miami of Ohio, but still a good showing from Boise State Blue to take the number 5 team in the country to a 3rd map, but they will lose 2 on the night in Tespa. We're right now going on to map number 2 between Boise State and Fresno State. The Bulldogs now sitting up 1. We know we're going to Numbani, and what has to change for Boise State if they're able to pull away the win? Because at times, once again, like we talked about earlier with Blue, Control felt close, but in the end, Fresno State just seemed like they were always a step ahead of the Broncos.
I think the Sombra from the Broncos can work, but you just have to make sure to play it right, and if it's not working, you can't be afraid to swap. On Control, we just weren't getting value off of the Sombra. It just didn't work out. The last EMP, obviously, just it didn't hit enough people. It didn't hit the crucial targets. And then Fresno State was able to just pull it back. And if that's going to continue to happen, we have to just not be afraid to just drop Sombra. Either go May for more of like a supporty DPS, or just go someone more with more DPS, like a McCree, or Soldier, or Hanzo, or one of those types of picks.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even get the good EMP setup that you probably wanted on that last one. That was kind of the YOLO translocate into the middle and hope they're all standing there. You probably would have liked him maybe to go invisible, sneak around to the backside, then try, and if he lands it onto like I said, if he gets the Reaper, Boise State might pull away a win. If he gets Reaper and Lucio, the Broncos definitely win and are able to flip the point. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Getting ready to see map number 2. We already know it's going to be Numbani. Before the match started, we saw that one, so we'll see if Boise has a trick up their sleeve, but I think you're right. I mean, it's a lot like we talked about with Miami of Ohio. I mean, even with good EMP value, if you don't land it onto Lucio and he has a sound barrier to answer, which Sliver has had almost every EMP, your EMPs are kind of just like, okay.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what BSU Orange pulls out here, because we saw the blue team. We had Dive with, we had Winston. I believe we had Zarya. We had also a Ferris. We had definitely a dive comp. And I'm wondering if Orange is going to feel like the same need to pull that out, or if they're going to go with more of what we saw in the Control, which was very much a brawl comp.
Yeah, going to Numbani next. Don't forget, we will play all 3 maps regardless of if Fresno State wins this next one, as map score is important. So if you're Boise State, even if you aren't able to win Numbani, make sure you come back and you are able to maybe win one. You only lose the overall 1-2 because that map score tiebreaker could maybe push you into the playoffs, where the Broncos are currently sitting on the very last spot. Looks like Boise State will start on the defensive side of things. And Captain Sar, do you have a preference on escort or hybrid, defensive or offensive first?
I always like to go attack first. At least it makes it feel like you have more control over what's going on. Whereas when you play defense first, if you have to try to hold them and they get to try to set the pace of the fight, I just prefer attack.
I can see the counter argument being that if you pick defense first, you know what you have to do offensively. Like if you have to go all the way, maybe you're like, okay, guys, we have this comp. It could roll them, but there's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of time on the other side. Or if you get a close hold, you get a 1 or 2 cap hold, you know what you have in front of you. So I know that is the argument sometimes when you have a pick a side. It's like, hey, let's go defense first. Let's know what we have to do offensively. We'll see what Boise State does defensively. What do you think we're going to see from Quidgible? He's mainly the only tank that swaps. I know Icy's pretty comfortable on that. Ryan, do you think we're going to see more of the Diva? Or do you think we'll see the Zarya that he kind of swapped too late and just never got enough value on because he didn't have enough time?
I think it's going to be a Zarya, because if you're going to swap to Zarya later in control, you already believe it's going to be more effective against their comp. Mm-hmm. And I just think that if they pull out even a similar comp in Umbani, it's probably better to just start with that Zarya to just minimize the time that you're going to, or minimize the ult charge you're going to lose later anyways.
The one thing I can maybe see is maybe you go Diva first, since the unlocking the payload has a lot of that high ground, and then maybe you swap over to the Zarya where there's not as much high ground in the rest of the points. But we're getting ready to go in to map number 2 here in our final match of the night in the NECC. It's Boise State Orange, it's Fresno State. Bulldogs already up 1. Can the Broncos even the series on Numbani?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what comps come out here. I don't think Orange is going to pull out a dive comp, but I'm very willing to be proven wrong. It's a very effective comp if played right, but Brawl is also equally effective if you know your win condition and you play towards that.
See what they want to come out with, hoping that we don't see that Sombra once again. Just has not worked very well for Frost, even though he's very talented on it. As we know, Boise State is defending first. You can see the Ryan, you can see the McCree. And I think that's a Lucio, but I couldn't quite tell.
Lucio is always a fantastic pick. Being able to move fast is meta, no matter what else is going on.
Can't quite see what side of Fresno has, but with it live and players in the arena, of course, we don't want to have any unfairness. Looks like we got an Orisa coming out for Boise State here. And Hanzo. So a much different comp, as we've actually got Narbles in now. Or not Narbles in, never mind, I confused myself. Narbles has always been in. Don't listen to me. Versus the Nanoblade comp here for Fresno State that we saw work wonders for Utah earlier.
Yeah, so we'll see if Boise State is able to shut down the dive from Fresno State.
Huge concussive right off the bat from Frost. Got a 3-man stun. Big reason why Bully and Shame have been taken out is it's a double bubble for Fresno State. And it's going to be a full retreat for the rest of them.
Yeah, Tracer is the squishiest character in the entire game, and if you're able to get the stun on her, she'll just melt instantly. Boise State looks like they're coming up on they're a little bit of an ult advantage. Fresno State just swapped to a Wrecking Ball, so they lost a little bit of ult percentage there. We'll see if Boise State can get an ult in this next fight, or if we're going to have another dry fight.
Shocked the Fresno State would swap off the Zarya. Sugar will be forced to retreat, nearly being taken out. Nerdy's able to get one onto Bully Hunter. The immortality field does come down. Looks like Shane's trying to get a little cheeky backdoor cap there. Nearly actually gets a tick, but is forced off the point. Sugar once again incredibly low. Narbles barely survives. Sugar gets taken out, and it looks like Fresno State's opted for once again a reset.
So far, both of these fights have started off with Bully Hunter jumping into the NBT jumping into Boise State without proper support of his team, and he just gets melted instantly. He doesn't have a chance to do anything. And if they're going to be successful in dive, they need to change that.
It's like Shame's going to just walk into his own death there. Sliver drops low, but is able to be healed back up. Rigby now very low on that wrecking ball. One shot away from death, but has rolled to safety, it appears. Never mind, we'll get taken out by a Nerdy Bird right around the corner there. Nice job riding the wall to get the pick. And once again, Fresno State is not quite sure what they're... It's like they're saving for a Nano Blade just to try and capture the payload.
Well, they're coming up on Nano Blade, but the scary part is Nerdy is only 60% to beat. And besides that, we don't really have a good defensive option. This is going to be very scary.
Well, Dragon Strike's going to come out first. Nerdy gets the first elimination onto Rigby, so maybe Fresno State will hold here. No, there it is. There's the Nano plus the Primal Rage. Nerdy the first target. No sound barrier, doesn't matter. Narbles gets taken out by the Primal Rage. Now Frost gets taken out. Who needs Nano Blade when you have an angry monkey on your back line? Bully Hunter picks up 2. Pleb's able to get 1 more, and Fresno State's idea of wait for all your ultimates pays off as they win that fight and should be able to get the payload.
Yeah, if Nerdy had gotten beat a few seconds, she hasn't even gotten it yet, but if she had beat for that fight, I think this would have been a different story. It was just a little bit unfortunate that we weren't able to charge that up.
Oh, that's big miscommunication by Boise State. Looks like they were trying for a last-second recontest, immediately losing Frost and Nerdy, though. Narbles and Icy found in an awkward position, so that is going to give Fresno State some free push time here.
Yeah, they basically get around the first corner, maybe even the second corner for free, based off of how Fresno can play this. And it looks like they're playing this very well.
You can see Rigby dropping minefields on the other side of point 2. That is how far Fresno State pushed after Boise State loses 4 members almost immediately.
And Boise State is coming into this with the ult advantage because they lost their last fight so quickly. If they can take control of point, that would be huge for them.
Bully Hunter barely alive. Quidruple going to be able to pick up quite a few headshots there. Narble's able to get a great pulse bomb onto Robin. But the Nano Blade incredibly close for Fresno State. Boise State's got to be careful, but this time they've got the sound barrier ready to go.
Yeah, Boise State definitely has the ults they need to win fights. But again, Fresno State is coming up on that Nano Blade, which is a scary combination.
I know there's been talks of even extending the duration of that Nano Blade, which I know all support players are already up in arms about on the experimental servers. As Bully Hunter's going to drop in. There's a shatter by Icy through the Ant Matrix, but nobody's dealing with Shane and Bully Hunter on the back line. There's the Nano Blade that's going to come out. Nerdy will try and get the sound barrier up, but not able to touch the ground, and that's a triple kill for Sugar. And this time we had the sound barrier, just didn't activate it in time, and the Nano Blade just slices through the low health bars of Boise State.
Yeah, we had Ant Matrix and we had Deadeye, but Fresno State just took control of that fight, and we didn't have a chance to use those, unfortunately.
Yeah, caught in the animation where when you activate the sound barrier until the gun of the Lucio touches the ground, the shield will not activate. That's exactly what that happened that time. Nerdy getting sliced apart before they were able to touch the ground. Frost able to get an elimination on Rigby. There's the Deadeye that's going to come out. Able to find one onto Bully Hunter. The supercharger that has been dropped by Quidruple. Now Frost finds himself between the team. They're able to take down Shane. Nice parry going to come out there from Sugar, and it looks like Fresno will retreat, but we know their strategy already, Captain Star. It's going to be stall until you Nano Blade and then win off of that.
Yeah, Boise State isn't even close to any ults. So this is a little bit scary until you get a single ultimate to deal with something Fresno State pulls out. You just have to play very carefully.
Rally's going to come out there from Sliver. We're going to see also an Ant Matrix from Pleb. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Nerdy to try and have this sound barrier up before the Nano Blade's up. You can see the Blade's at 67%. Nice pulse bomb there. It's going to take down Frost, but they're going to go 1-for-1 and kill off each other. Icy will now be taken out as well. Pleb trying to do what he can in the corner. Sugar almost has that Blade. Unfortunately, sound barrier only at 72%. The Nano already went out, though, onto Bully Hunter with the Primal Rage, though. So a little bit of a comp change there for Fresno State, at least in terms of what they've been doing to win. Boise State is holding them right in front of their payload with the respawn advantage. Should have an opportunity here to keep them in this fight. Frost barely alive, will get taken out. Shatter from Icy's going to land onto Sliver, who got caught a little too close to that payload. But Icy's going to be taken out regardless. Dragon Strike will come through by Narmal. Quidruple just spinning around the point, trying to push members of Fresno State away and buy time for the team. Sound barrier's up at 6% if Nerdy can get the respawn. As Bully Hunter and Silver have been taken out, there is the Dragon Blade going to come out. Sugar able to pick up a couple there. Boise State now just throwing themselves at the point, trying to stall. No sound barrier going to come out there. Now it's online, but it's a little too late. Fresno State will 3-cap with 1:11 on the clock.
And that's unfortunate. They ended with more than 1 minute. Because now if Boise State finishes this round in overtime, they don't have any time to try to take even a single tick off of point A.
Switching sides.
Boise State was able to hold them for even 12 seconds longer. They would have a definite advantage coming to the second round if they finish in overtime.
Boise State, before they can be thinking about overtime, has to be thinking about how they want to break Fresno State, because the Bulldogs, pretty tried and true method. Wait till Nano Blade was up, chop everybody into pieces, repeat.
Yeah, and it worked very well for them. Boise State didn't have the defensive options charged by the time that was online, and when we did, we weren't able to pull them off in time.
Didn't see the stock prices of GME on that board. Hopefully it's still doing well in 2030.
Attackers incoming.
I wonder if Boise State is going to pull out any additional defensive options in terms of supports who can help shut down that Nano Blade, because it looks like that's what Fresno State's going with again. But we'll see.
Yeah, the only downside for the Nano Blade defensively for Fresno State is they're not going to have as much of an option to stall out. Of course, the pressure and the pushing speed all on the offensive side for Boise State.
4, 3, 2.
We'll see what the Broncos want to do.
Attackers incoming.
And it looks like both sides are bringing out a dive comp.
Boise State's got the Echo online. Also swapped out the supports to the Ana and the Brig. Matching Fresno State here. The only difference is that Genji, but we know that Frost can just duplicate and be a Genji himself quite easily. As Bully Hunter will jump right in, nearly eliminate Icy. The Bully Hunter will be taken out. Sugar will fall as well. They'll lose Nerdy though. Boise should be able to keep pushing here. Interesting that with the Echo, they don't have the Mercy to help pocket, as Robin's going to get burned down, and the Broncos are going to quickly pick up this first point, or at least should be able to get a tick on it.
Yeah, Fresno State opened that fight up with the big anti, which was able to get multiple eliminations off of Boise State. But once Boise State kind of consolidated, they waited for that to wear off, they healed back up to full. Then they just said, there's the Ana, let's just dive.
Bully Hunter swapping over to that Wrecking Ball, trying to stall out Boise State. Sliver has now gone back to the Lucio. Him and Bully Hunter will just get taken out. There's no late recontest, and Boise State's able to get the payload much faster than the Bulldogs were. We'll see if they're able to keep up this pushing speed.
Yeah, the Bulldogs decided to just run away as soon as the point got capped, which is what Boise State did as well, but Boise State is chasing and are getting a few eliminations for it.
Nerdy been taken out, but Rigby and Robin both going to go down on the side of Fresno State, and that should allow Boise State to keep up the pushing pressure here. Narvels and Icy both looking for a target, trying to hunt down Shame, who has that pulse bomb available, and they should be able to get it. Very last clip in the bullet, or very last bullet in the clip. Narvel's able to take down Shame and push him back, and that should allow Boise State to push. They got the Nano online. Frost has the duplicate. There's also several ults up for Boise State.
Unfortunately, Fresno State has Nano Blade online, and Boise State does not have any defensive ults. They're coming up close to rally, but it's not there yet.
There's the Nano Blade. How can Boise State defend it? Frost going to be the first target. There's two more for Sugar. And Boise State's just going to get pushed back. Fresno State played this comp to perfection once again.
I think Boise State realized that as soon as that Nano Blade came out, they're like, we lost the fight. Don't ult. We're just going to clean death. We're just reset. And now we have a significant ult advantage with 4 ultimates to 2 on the side of Fresno State. So BSU should be able to just push through this.
Frost with a great pick on to Shame, who had that pulse bomb available. Sliver is once again swapped back to the Brig. There's the Nano, going to go on to Icy. We'll see if he plans on Primal Raging there. Grab will come out. Boise State able to pick one up onto Rigby, as the mines from Bully Hunter are able to take down Nerdy before the rally is used. But Boise State doesn't really combo anything off that Nano grab. They just kind of get one pick and keep pushing. Bully Hunter now going to go in. He will get slept. There's a pulse bomb from Shame. He'll take down Quidgible. Duplicate comes out from Frost. He's going to use it on the Wrecking Ball. Jump right onto that back line. Going to try and get as many minefields as possible. Throw down the minefield. Rally is going to come out from Nerdy. Boise State looking for somebody. Able to take down Rigby and Sugar. to be able to keep pushing as the minefields from Frost, ironically enough, going to take down Bully. I don't think Robin intended to nano sliver there, and that's going to be a big reason why things went south for Fresno State.
Yeah, Boise State was able to get some early eliminations, and they didn't close out the fight for a while, but they did eventually. But now Fresno State has a few ultimates that they can use against Boise State with very little answer.
A wasted nano is something we got to keep an eye on. And Sugar is 25% away from that blade being online, but Robin kind of panicked. Nano the sliver in that last fight. They're going to sleep on Rigby, who pops the Primal Rage. He'll get antied as well. And he'll be forced to just stay out of the fight. There's a Robin from Sliver that's going to come out. Deadeye will be used by Narbles. And he's not going to be able to find anything. Smartly doesn't shoot himself, but Sugar pops the parry, and Sugar will get taken out. There's a nano onto Narbles now from Pleb. Everyone's going to line aside for Fresno State, so neither team getting much value out of these nanos. Fresno State's running out of time, and Robin's only at 50%.
BSU is on track to finish this with more time than Fresno State, especially coming into this last part. They don't have any ultimates, and Fresno State has that blade, which can, in and of itself, destroy the entire comp from Boise State. We'll see if Dirty can charge this this rally before the blade comes out.
Should be able to. Rally's online, but immediately going to throw it right away. This is going to open up a nano blade. The rally is now faded, but a great job stunning Sugar, and Nerdy's going to get the elimination and a little bit of revenge for how the rest of this map is gone, and Boise State's going to be able to force us into overtime with nearly triple the amount of time in the time bank that Fresno State had.
Yeah, Boise State figured out how to push into this nano blade. As soon as they weren't on the attack, they could choose how and when to engage, and that definitely was a contributing factor to their relatively dominant performance that attacking round.
Yeah, I think Fresno State, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the night where it was Champlain who had a lot of success on that May and they kind of stuck with it. I think Fresno had a lot of success with that nano blade offensively because they could pick when they wanted to fight around the blade. Defensively, you can't really do that, and sure, when it happened, it usually got a lot of value, but they only got it off twice and at very inopportune times.
And Boise State had more options to deal with it than they had in the past. Before, their only option to shut that down was a beat, and unfortunately we weren't able to get that charged as quickly as we would like to. This time we had a Break who could just stun the Genji as soon as he comes in. We also swapped to McCree later on, who at that last fight got that stun, which just melted Genji immediately. We definitely played our comp a lot closer to shutting down that nano blade when it comes out, which helped tremendously.
Yeah, I think the biggest question here for Boise State is when they are defending, how quickly can they get their defensive options online? Now, Fresno State's not going to have nearly as much time to work with as they probably would like. Only 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock for them. Boise State will run back the same comp that pushed down the Bulldogs. We'll see, it looks like Fresno State's going to run almost the same thing. The only difference is that Genji versus the McCree. And there's only already under 1 minute left. Sugar's going to get the first elimination on to Quenchable. He'll take down Nerdy as well, and this is already a fast start for Fresno State. Frost will fall, and now it's up to Boise State to just try and stall and not give them as easy a time capturing the payload. Unfortunately, everyone from Boise State will fall, and that is not how you drew it up if you're Boise State.
Yeah, Fresno State, the last time they were attacking, the Monkey would jump in a little early, and he would just get melted before he could do anything. They have changed that, and now when the Monkey goes in, he has the proper support to survive his initial jump, and then the follow-up looked a lot cleaner for Fresno State.
Boise State waiting. Not going to have much of anything up, most likely, for that Nano Blade if Fresno State's able to get it. They're going to have to probably win a couple fights here in overtime. Be huge here. Boise State could get a pick. They almost take down Sugar. Nante's going to land onto Bully, and he'll be the first one to die. Fresno State cannot afford to lose a fight, and Rigby knows that. He's going to roll away. He's trying to kite Narbles as much as possible, but he's not going to be able to do it. Both tanks now dead. Nano's going to go on to Frost on the side of Boise State. Sugar's going to go down as he popped Dragon Blade. Unfortunately, Robin was still 12% away from the Nano. And Boise State's going to make sure Fresno State can't fight on that Nano Blade, and they're going to be able to stop him just past that first corner on the way to checkpoint number 2.
Yeah, Boise State did a fantastic job of realizing when they had an opening, and they just pounced on it. They really get on the back line, and the ball for Fresno State was just too low. He couldn't come and peel, otherwise he would have gotten melted. So they just split up the team, and you divide and conquer.
Boise State with 3 minutes on the clock. They don't have to get too far, but they do have to make sure they win a clean fight on the payload. Last time they kind of ran over the side of Fresno State because they weren't able to get that Nanoblade up in time. We'll see if Boise State's able to do the same thing now. If that Nanoblade comes up, Fresno State could be able to win this map.
Nanoblade is very scary. And we'll just see if Boise State decides to bring out the McCree like they had last time, in large part to deal with that Nanoblade.
Looks like for the most part, the Broncos are on the same comp from the brief peek at the silhouettes that we had. Meanwhile, for the side of Fresno State, things look a lot different.
Is that an Orisa? It looks like they're going to
double
oh,
shield.
That's a Bastion. That is a Bastion. That's scary. Bastion is very much an interesting pick. We'll see how they can defend that Bastion. Because if they can't defend the Bastion appropriately, that could just come back to bite them.
See, Frost is scouting. Oh, nice use of the Sombra there. Boise State's going to get the info they need, and they're going to full swap onto a comp to counter that Bastion.
Yeah, Boise State saw that they had a significant time bank. Like, let's use a little bit of that and just make sure we have an advantage coming into this first fight.
Go for the teleporter here. Frost probably going to try and put them behind that Bastion and all of his shields. They're all going to hop right on the point. They're going to try and take the low ground. Fresno State read that decently. So here come the turrets now. Sugar's able to get the first elimination onto Icy, and Immortality Field will go down there. Narbles gets one onto Rigby. But Boise State will get run through in short order, and despite the comp change, Boise State's not going to find much. Narbles in the end gets a couple of kills. A revive goes out onto Sugar, though. Boise State's first fight goes awry.
So Fresno State did win that fight, but Boise State has 2 ticks. Like, they took that fight knowing that they probably wouldn't be able to deal with that Bastion, but all they needed to do was just put so much pressure on the point that Fresno State couldn't answer immediately. That's exactly what they did. They're in a fantastic spot to win this. All they need to do is just take one more tick. If they do that same comp just one more time and make that work, that could be game.
Oh, nice teleport right behind. Fortified to be popped by Quenchable, but he's going to be burned down as the Immortality Field was a target of focus for Sugar. And that time they tried to get right on top of the side of Fresno State, and that did not work.
I think the win condition for Boise State right here, let Frost get his big ultimate, his big wall, put the wall in front of Bastion, and then stand on the point and win the fight on point without the Bastion interfering. I think that's what Boise State is going for in this case.
Frost has a minute to get 27% more on that photon barrier, like you were mentioning, Captain Star. There's a Bob up, there's a Valk up, there's also a tank form up of the side of Fresno State. This time Boise State's going to try for the long con. There's the Bastion ult that's going to come out. Valkyrie be used as well. Bob gets called in. Immortality Field goes down. Trying to find some Deadeye value, not able to find anything. No one took care of that Immortality Field from Sliver. And Boise State's going to get made short work of, but with the Symmetra, they might have a chance for one last fight if they go quickly.
Unfortunately, Frost went down so early in that fight, he didn't get any charge on his ultimate, so he's still only at 86%. If they play this really well and Frost gets a few lucky picks, he might be able to get that up early, but I doubt it.
17 seconds left for Boise State. They're going to go into a Diva Bomb, a Supercharger, and an Ant Matrix. They have an Ant Matrix of their own, but they're going to have a chance here for one last contest. Photon Barrier is going to be up for Frost, so he can throw it down. He's going to do just that. They're going to hop right on top of Rigby. He's going to pop the Diva Bomb. Supercharger comes out as well. Fresno State read it perfectly. They were in the exact opposite position than what Boise State, I think, expected, as the Photon Barrier didn't cut off anything. And in overtime, Fresno State, despite the time difference, is going to come away with the clean win.
Yeah, one of the keys to playing Bastion is always do the unexpected play. They knew Boise State expected Bastion to be in that same spot, and they just rotated to a different spot, and Boise State didn't scout appropriately, assumed they were in the same spot, and it cost them.
Trigger's going to pick up that play of the game on the Bastion. I think this was the first fight where you might argue Boise State was more going for ticks on the point than actual eliminations. But Sugar does not care. He was able to get 3 before he got shot in the head. And Boise State, unfortunately, will lose that map. There's still one map to go to try and at least send it to a 1-2 overall. Don't forget the Idaho Army National Guard. It brings you the top plays of every match. invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Heading to Escort now for Boise State. You already know that the game or the series is over. Fresno State has won, but with the NECC incorporating map score Captain Star, it is paramount for Boise State that they do not lose focus here and get a win to at least give them something in the win column here tonight for the Orange team and try and keep Hunt in the playoffs.
Yeah, you always want to be able to get at least one win off of this. If nothing else, like the map score is very important. Just getting a little bit of score is always helpful. Even if you don't win the series, you got to give it your all on that last map. This has shown to be very winnable for Boise State. Fresno, the Bulldogs pulled out the comp that BSU didn't know how to deal with, and played it really well and just caught BSU off guard. Yeah,
it was a great job by Fresno State to, they put the Bastion in a different position every single time. Boise State tried the teleport strategy. They got a couple ticks, which is probably, as you said, what they wanted. Then they tried to get right in his face. That didn't work. And then they're like, okay, we'll drop the photon barrier as long as we camp on the other side of the photon barrier. The only problem was they were so pressed for time, they didn't check their corners and realize Bastion had completely swapped positions. So the photon barrier went out, and Bastion and Boise State were on the exact same side.
Yeah, I think that if Frost had gotten that photon barrier a little bit sooner, Boise State would have won that. They would have scouted appropriately, but because they were so pressed for time, they just didn't. And yeah, scouting is incredibly important. And we'll see if the teams decide to keep the same comps for Dorado or if they want to change something up.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see. For Boise State, I think the biggest question has got to be in regulation on attack. Will Fresno State run back the Genji with the Ana? Because, that Nano Blade was really just unstoppable until the very last point where Boise State kind of started to figure it out. Now, the only downside to the Nano Blade, and probably the biggest reason why Fresno State only had 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, is it just takes so long to be able to come online, as it looks like for this map 3. Boise State is going to swap Beanie Bum back in for Nerdy. So we'll see how he will do on this last map here, and if he can help salvage a win for Boise State, or if it will be much of the same result. But that would be the one, I guess, positive and negative, right, Captain Star? Yeah, you couldn't shut down the Nano Blade, but it takes so long to charge that Fresno State burned through a lot of their time, and going into overtime, it felt like Boise State was going to have the advantage.
Yeah, Boise State definitely had the advantage, but unfortunately, advantages are just that. They're not a guaranteed anything. They just give you a slight higher % chance to win, but you just still have to play it right.
Now all the pressure would potentially fall on Beanie Bum to come off the bench and find a way to get that sound barrier up in time for the Nano Blade, which is something that Boise State, I don't think ever once had a defensive up for that Nano Blade except for the very end where they were able to just land a nice stun on it. So we'll see going to Dorado what the teams want to pick. Fresno State, as we said, has already picked up the victory, but in the NECC they incorporate map score. So we're playing this map regardless, and the results do matter. This is not just for practice. This is not just for fun. This could go a long way in determining which team makes the playoffs and which don't. So for Boise State Orange, it is paramount that you pick up a win here. And it looks like we're still waiting to see what we want to do here in this first map, or in this third map.
Yeah, live games are always interesting.
Sounds like we want to, while we wait for the game to start, we want to give a big shout out. You see Doc giving the wave there to Mr. Danners for St. Clair. Doc called him a superstar, which always goes along with Doc calls you a superstar, you probably are one of the brightest stars out there. Doc does not throw that word around lightly.
Yeah, Doc has high standards for people, so if he compliments you, you know you've done something well.
See if Boise State the Orange team can get back to that high standard with a win here on Dorado to wrap up the night for Boise State Overwatch. Hasn't been the night I don't think the Broncos wanted, with the blue teams managing just a win off Champlain before losing to Utah and Miami of Ohio in TESPA. The Orange team, as we mentioned, has already lost to Fresno State here, but has a chance to salvage the overall map score at 1-2 if they can pull off a win on Dorado.
Yeah, Dorado is another dive kind of oriented map that there's a lot of high ground you can utilize. And it looks like that's what at least one of these teams, I'm not sure who's on attack and who's on defense, but it looks like dive is the name of the game for at least one of these teams.
Looks like our defending team is going for a close hold. History would tell me to believe that's Boise State, but you never know here.
Close holds are always nice because even if you lose the fight, you have enough time to recontest before it gets to the choke. So anytime you burn is always nice.
Have to think that's Boise State in the blue. I don't think they would run the Genji, and that is exactly the case here. As Shame is the first one taken out. Pleb will throw down the Immortality Field. He's not able to keep him or Narbles alive. Quidgible's able to salvage some of that. They'll take down Sliver and Rigby. Boise State will do a nice job there. They've already forced a swap over the Doomfist, and the close hold works out well. They only lose 2.
And one of the great things about this map is you can hold the payload from inside this room. So if you need to just fall back, you can just sit in the doorway, have your tank, just take all the damage, and you can just stall it from inside the room and not risk yourself leaving. That doesn't look like that's what Boise State's planning on doing.
They're going to take down Sugar once again. That's going to stall out that Nano Blade charge. Sliver's going to get stunned, but should be able to get back into the spawn. It's going to be an Ice Wall that goes up from Frost, but it's not enough to save Quidgible. And Icy and Frost will then both go down as well. And the close hold for Boise State starts to go against them here as Fresno State's got a trio of eliminations. Fan the Hammer going to go on to Rigby, but he's going to be able to survive.
And at this point, it's you just stay on cart until you die. You stall out the time as much as you possibly can.
We mentioned on Numbani, the numbers to track are the alt charge on Beanie Bum versus the alt charge on Sugar and Robin. And right now, Beanie Bum has the lead and would have the sound barrier active for that Nano Blade. Things keep going this way.
I'm a little bit interested to see how this Doomfist is going to play. Narbles has his Deadeye, but Doomfist can shut that down really, really fast.
It's a Primal Rage and a Rally going to come out from Fresno State. Boise State holding on to their ults for now, and Shame's going to get the first elimination on the Beanie Bum. Narbles will go down as well. There's a Meteor Strike going to be committed by Shame. Icy will fall. Immortality Field for Pleb gets taken up before Pleb falls himself, and Boise State, this time they don't even have to run into the Nano Blade. It's a great job of the Rally and the Primal Rage, going to make Fresno State kind of waltz their way to this first checkpoint.
Yeah, Fresno State used multiple ultimates. I think Fresno State used 4 ultimates to win that fight, whereas Boise State only committed the Shatter. And Boise State did lose the point, but they also have this massive ult advantage coming into this next fight that they can potentially hold them for several minutes here, using the pressure they get from this ult advantage.
Shame and Bully, we're both waiting on the other side of that ledge. There's the Nano Blade going to come out. Beanie Bum, can he get the sound barrier down in time? The answer is yes. Narbles will go down, but they should be able to counteract all of that Nano Blade. They'll do a perfect job as Icy and Quidgible go to take out both supports on the side of Fresno State. Sugar's still able to get 1, but Boise State has sent them packing, and a great job by Beanie Bum building that sound barrier in time and having it up exactly when he needed it.
Yeah, they were able to shut down that Nano Blade. Just kite it. He was able to take out Narbles, but that's all the value the Nano Blade got. I'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, there's only so much you could do there in terms of getting the sound barrier down, just in terms of speed. As Quidgible's able to get a Diva Bomb onto Robin, and that'll set Fresno State back even more. They have the Minefield available. Boise State's got the Deadeye and the Blizzard. There's the Deadeye, there's the Minefield. Great job by Narbles, making sure he doesn't reflect that shot right into his head. Nice stun onto Shame, but he's able to get away. Flood will be the first one taken out. Frost waiting, holding onto that Blizzard. We'll see when he wants to throw it down. They've already lost Icy and Pleb. They'd probably be better set here just to die, and they'll do exactly that, not waste their Blizzard.
Yeah, I feel like Boise State thought they could win it with the Deadeye, but unfortunately the Reflect just kind of shut that whole play down, and then Fresno State was able to win it off the back of that.
Harble's going for the swap away from the McCree onto the Tracer. Probably wants to get some pressure onto that Ana. Help shut down that Nano Blade combo that is oh so close. And right now Beanie Bum is a few percent behind, having it up in time.
Yeah.
There's the rally that's going to come out from Sliver. There's a Blizzard from Frost that will land. Nice. Maywall's going to get Sliver stuck on the wrong side. Boise State will pick up 1. They'll lose Pleb. Beanie Bum barely holding on through the ante. Icy will go charging back. Narbles going to take down Robin. Meteor Strike not going to find anything from Shame. A free does go on to Bully Hunter. Unfortunately for Icy, he went for the Shatter and the Hammer didn't land in time. We've seen a couple of those tonight for Boise State. In the end, without that Shatter, they're unfortunately not going to be able to contest very long on this point.
I think Fresno State their primary win condition was the Nano Blade, but this Doomfist is working out so well for them. They don't even need to charge that up. The Doomfist is able to dive into the back line, and is so good at Doomfist is able to either get an elimination and still get out, or just give enough pressure to make Boise State need to peel, giving the front line enough pressure to win the fight off with this Doomfist.
Quingible is swapped over to the Zarya. Pulse bomb from Narble's going to come out, won't find anything, but Frost able to take down Shame. Rigby incredibly low, he'll be taken out. Nano Blade's online. You have to think Fresno State probably wants to hold on to it, with Bully Hunter being taken out as well. Sugar does get a feel-good elimination onto Icy. Frost got to be careful, he's going to be taken out as well. Finally, the Genji will go down, but Boise State has got to know that they're going into the Nano Blade on the side of Fresno State.
Yeah, Boise State does have the beat to sustain through this, but they have to time it right. There's so many ultimates from Fresno State that if Boise State mistimes this even a little bit, they'll just burn through the beat.
And Matrix gonna go down. There's the Nano Blade. Beanie Bum hears it, and Sound Barrier's perfectly on time. Once again, they do have to trade out Pleb, but it should cancel out the rest of the damage. Never mind, Frost still gonna get taken out. Bully Hunter will go down as a minefield is used there by Rigby. So even into the Sound Barrier, Sugar's able to pick up 2 through the Nano Blade. Icy will be taken out, unfortunately. The Pulse Bomb up for Narbles if he wants to use it. Beanie Bum barely staying alive right now. The Broncos hold for now.
And Narbles with this Pulse Bomb needs to be able to get in the back line and get an early pick, because Boise State doesn't have any other ultimates to win this next fight. They need this Pulse Bomb to get a pick.
Primal Rage comes out from Bully Hunter. He's already incredibly low. He's going to be taken out there. Deadeye from Frost won't find anything. Slipper's able to take him out. There's a grab from Quidgible that has been used. Everyone dropping incredibly low, and just before the Sound Barrier comes up, Icy's able to pick up a double kill, and Boise State once again able to shut down the side of Fresno State.
And this Tracer has been an absolute nuisance. Pulse Bomb never did come out. They were just able to focus fire well enough that they didn't even need the Pulse Bomb in the back line to win that fight, despite Fresno State having ults available.
This looks like Fresno State has gotten away as the Pulse Bomb gets a hit marker, nothing more onto Rigby. From this Nano Blade, as Robin is now swapped, there's a Sound Barrier going to come out from Sliver. Icy's going to try and throw the Shatter, won't find on into anything. Minefield comes out, and Icy and Beanie Bum are the first 2 targets eliminated. Boise State only has to hold for 60 more seconds, and Bulldogs probably have to win on their fight thanks to the close respawns. That stagger onto Pleb isn't going to help, though.
Yeah, Boise State doesn't really have very many ults available. And Fresno State is coming up on that Blade. They don't have the Ana anymore for Nano Blade, but Blade in and of itself is still very scary.
Beanie Bum's about 10% behind on charge, so if he's able to build some quickly, he can counter that Blade. 30 seconds left, and Matrix gonna go down there. Bully under the first elimination for Boise State. Sliver the next target, he'll be taken out as well. They'll lose Pleb, Sound Barrier's up. It actually beats the Blade in charge. And that could be huge for Boise State. Beanie Bum's got to stay alive, though. And as soon as he gets taken out, Sugar's going to pop that Dragon Blade. Not able to find anything, though, as Narble's able to burn him down. And Fresno State's going to have one last-ditch effort here to stagger and try and keep the payload pushing.
Yeah, this Zarya is being amazing in terms of keeping the team alive, being able to give those projected barriers to teammates to last through that Genji Blade is keeping us alive.
Frost is going to get sniped by the Flame Strike there. Sound Barrier will go down. Boise State's already gotten a couple. Pulse Bomb on the Bully Hunter is going to land. There's a grab from Quidgible that will be used right on top of the payload. And that should be enough for Boise State to melt down the remaining members of Fresno State. Sugar on that Tracer are going to be annoying to deal with, but he's going to kind of C9 himself a little bit there. And Boise State, it's not the result they wanted, but it's probably better than a 3-0, but they're still going to have to go a long way here on this map.
Yeah, it's better than what they did on Numbani, but it's still a long ways to push, and especially that third point in Toronto can sometimes be a nightmare to push through.
Yeah, and Fresno State, for the most part, got to that third point relatively unscathed, I think with 3, maybe 4 minutes on the clock. So Boise State's going to have to work efficiently. They're going to have to work fast on these first 2 points because, as you mentioned, as we saw, with that defender respawn advantage is so close, it is so hard to consistently push the payload.
Yeah, especially with the big ult combinations that Fresno State seems to like to go for. If we get behind in the ult economy, that might be game once we get closer to the respawns that back to that third point where Fresno State will have a respawn advantage. We might just not be able to get the ult economy going to close out this game.
Attackers incoming.
Curious
in
if
30 seconds.
after their success on Numbani, if Fresno State would opt for a close high ground hold with a Bastion. That would be, I mean, if it worked on Numbani, I don't know why you get away from it.
Numbani Bastion is kind of a little bit meta. It's always been there. But the problem on Dorado is there's too many places for the defenders to hide from it. Like, it is doable, but it is significantly harder to pull off.
Looks like that will be the case. They're going to actually hide on that low ground behind Boise State. Frost is able to scout them out. A couple of concussive grenades going to land from both McCrees, but no one's going to get taken down. Immortality Field does come down. Beanie Bum is the first elimination. Quidgible has been frozen up with Shame now on that May. Double stun will land on the Shame and Robin. Boise State hasn't found an elimination yet, but they respawn close enough that it's not going to be too much of a worry for them.
Fresno State doesn't really have anything to get to high ground to contest Frost on his Echo, so Echo should be having a heyday being able to take all these off angles. As I say that.
And Castro cursed that one just a little bit. We're going to see Icy frozen up as well, and unfortunately for Boise State, they're probably just better pressed to reset in the spawn.
Yeah, I think Boise State needs to come out with this with a plan to deal with this May wall and all this brawl that Fresno State has. They're going to swap to a Sombra to hopefully be able to get a hack on probably either the Reinhardt or the May to be able to push out into this massive brawl comp that Fresno State has pulled out.
Blab has the Nano. I'm going to be curious to see who he wants to drop it on. He's going to drop it right on Icy. He's going to go charging in. Maywall goes up with the Ant Matrix down, and Frost able to get the first elimination on the Bully Hunter. Deadeye comes out from Sugary, not able to find anything. Rigby's been taken out as well. And Boise State's going to use that Nano to push through and get that card around that first corner that can be oh so difficult.
Yeah, Frost basically won that last fight with a fantastic wall that split the Reinhardt off of the team and just gave Boise State the pressure they needed to engage into the Fresno State lineup.
Fresno State goes running for the hills. We'll see if they have plans for late recontest. It seems like they do. Grab is going to come out. The Shatter will follow from Bully Hunter. They also get the Sound Barrier Sliver. Narble's able to use that Deadeye, and he's going to be able to pick up one elimination. Pleb gets another one. And Sugar has been taken out. Blizzard's going to come down from Shame. Maybe a little bit too late to salvage the point. It gets a freeze onto Quidgible. Sliver Anti at such low HP finally gets taken out. Pleb's going to Nano onto Beanie Bum. It's not the target Boise State wanted, but it's the target that they probably deserved because they're able to pick up the fight in large part thanks to Beanie Bum getting some great picks there with that Nano on him.
Yeah, Boostio is always a fantastic play to see, not necessarily to play, but just watching Boostio is fantastic. Boise State was able to play aggressively, and despite being at a negative in the ult economy, they were able to get some early picks, which got them that point. Fresno State tried to ult back and take the fight back with that Blizzard, but just wasn't quite enough. Boise State had the pressure they needed to close it out.
Icy right now just swinging around. He's all the way in the other spawn. He's going to land a great Shatter onto Rigby. Immortality Field will come out. Sugar will use the Deadeye to stop the mad Reinhardt. The rest of Boise State is already out the second checkpoint, leaving Beanie back, or it doesn't even look like Beanie. It looks like it's probably Pleb back to push the payload, but now that they lose Frost, Fresno State sees their advantage, and they're going to start charging.
Yeah, Boise State needs to just give up space. They're down 2. They just need to run away, regroup, and come back. I don't think that Boise State should have pushed up that far. It was a nice idea, like always try to take space, but they just pushed up a little bit too far and got punished for it.
Icy barely surviving. A great Maywall from Shame. The shield had broken. I think he dropped down to 60 HP, but was just barely able to survive.
And Frost looks like he's on his 3rd hero so far with this Reaper coming in.
There is the grab going to come out from Rigby. Beanie Bum gets the Sound Barrier out just in time to stabilize Boise State. Nano does go on to Icy. Narbles and Quidgible able to combine for a couple of eliminations. Shame does take down Icy. He's going to throw down the Blizzard, but a great double pulse bomb from Narbles. This Tracer has been a thorn in the side of Fresno State, and he salvages the fight for Boise State after a great Blizzard from Shame.
Yeah, this Tracer has been doing so much work for Boise State, even without the pulse bombs. Just the consistent damage output on key targets has won us multiple fights. And then the mobility of Tracer to be able to navigate a fight has been very key.
Quidgible sitting on that grab. There's not many support alts close, so we'll see if they want to use it, or if they want to hold it for something like a Death Blossom. They're just going to throw it. Sugar's going to use the high noon, walks off the edge away from Narbles, not able to find anything. Bully Hunter's the first one taken down. Robin's Immortality Field is the next target. Can Boise State punish with it on cooldown? And they'll get a kill onto Robin. Wrecking Ball going to just come charging downhill. Narbles has to teleport back, incredibly low on HP, but he'll snipe out Sugar. Sliver threw down that sound barrier, but it wasn't enough for his team. Is Frost and Quidgible going to clean things up, and Boise State should set themselves up here with a nice 3.5 minutes on the clock to try and win this map.
And BSU is coming up on some fantastic ults to win this fight.
Primal Rage by Bully Hunter, just trying to kill as much time as possible. Pulse Bomb not able to find anything. A late recontest comes out on the side of Fresno State. Great Immortality Field by Robin right around the corner. Boise State was able to find it though. They're able to capture the payload, but there's just under 3 minutes now, so a nice little stall from Fresno State. We'll see how fast Boise State can push with a Shatter and a Death Blossom. Yeah,
Death Blossom is the fight win condition, I believe, for Boise State. If they can get this Blossom in a key spot and give it a bubble so that Frost can't be stunned out of it, that could mean game if they get in the right spot.
See the target for Boise State. Only got to get to that third corner, 69.27 meters, and they're going to win. A huge 3-man ante comes out from Pleb, but no one's in range to punish for Boise State. And they're just going to try and bait Fresno State down to them. As we said, they have the Shatter, they have the Death Blossom, now they have a grab. That could easily win it here. You need a team kill if you're Boise State, just due to how close the defenders respawn. Fresno State holding high ground.
Yes,
grab comes out.
Yes!
It gets everybody! But there's one contest. A great job by, I believe it was Shame, to get out of the grab. The Deadeye picks up 3. Boise State's going to have time for another one, but they nearly trolled Fresno State to perfection.
Boise State came so close to winning that off of C9ing with that grab, but just Fresno State had that one character that could leave that grab, and they needed it badly. Boise State still has an advantage here. They just need to respect what Fresno State can do, get this Reaper in a good spot, and this can be the last fight, easily.
And Matrix going to go down. Death Blossom's going to come out from Frost. He's not going to find any. He's going to get one on Robin at the very end. Icy will fall. Unfortunately for Boise State, I don't think that was the fight they necessarily needed, but again, it was so quick. They're going to get one last chance here with a Nano, a Sound Barrier, and a Shatter.
Yeah, Boise State was trying to force this fight so hard. But Fresno State with that Ant Matrix at the Fire Strike from Reinhardt, it is very brutal, and it picked off 2 of Boise State instantly, and that's why Fresno State won that fight, and this is getting down to the wire here for Boise State.
Yeah, if I was Boise State, I would have liked to seen them save all of their ults and maybe just try and hit Q harder than the side of Fresno State. I did not like that quick fight, but we'll see. There's the Nano, gonna go out onto Icy. He has the Shatter. Bully Hunter gonna use it as well. 4-man Shatter does land. BD Bum's the first elimination, which is huge because he had the Sound Barrier. Sliver's gonna get his out. Quidgible's able to get a pick onto Shane, but unfortunately for Boise State, that pick onto Beanie Bum is probably going to be your difference maker. If they had the Sound Barrier, they might have won that fight.
Yeah, Fresno State is coming up on a couple ultimates. Boise State needs to be able to respawn and get in there quickly. I think they're going to have to start trickling in, because I don't think Boise State can have a full recontest right now. And this is not looking good for Boise State.
Everyone but Quidgible should be able to get onto the point. Beanie Bum's got a Sound Barrier now, and he will. He's going to get it onto 5 members. Shame has that Death Blossom, though. Boise State has to be careful. The shield's all gone. Oh, they're able to take out Shame at the last second. Icy will be taken out as well. Sliver will fall. There's a grab and a Deadeye from Sugar. Sugar's going to pick up 2 with that Deadeye, and that's probably it for Boise State. They came oh so close. Narbles would need a miracle. He's not going to find it.
No, this looks like it's game. I don't know if Boise State has anyone left to recontest.
No,
does not look like it.
A great play, a huge shout out by Shame. If he gets caught in that grab, Boise State wins off the cheeky flank. Unfortunately, he was just barely able to survive, and with Beanie Bum getting picked in that last fight, they didn't have the Sound Barrier when they needed it most. And Sugar gets your play of the game.
Yeah, Sugar had some fantastic plays through this entire game. This was, that one was, he was waiting for that. If Boise State was able to even put a little bit of damage on him, they might have been able to survive through that, but it just didn't happen.
That was the one off the grab where you think if you're Boise State, you weren't really going for a fight as much as sort of a cheeky grab pick. But Fresno State will 3-0 Boise State, and that'll put a dampen The Boise State Orange's playoff hopes. We'll see if they can rally as the NECC regular season is starting to wind down here. At times they were quite close. Captain Star, they came, I think, within 2 meters of picking up the win on Dorado. Unfortunately, the grab play didn't quite work, and then they got a little too antsy on those final fights.
Yeah, there was those last few fights. We had a win condition, but we didn't respect them very much. We're like, we're going to go and we're going to get this Blossom, and it's going to be fantastic, and we're going to win the fight. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that way. Fresno State had their own plans, and they were able to successfully win those fights against Boise State against the odds.
Well, we'll see, despite the result, who the ICCU player of the game is. I thought members of Boise State played admirably well. I mean, they came oh so close a couple of times. Unfortunately, Fresno State, they just had the nano blade up at the perfect times on Numbani, and then they made a great play with the Bastion in overtime, and then it was a great attempt by Boise State. I mean, we'd still be talking about it if that grab had worked for the C9. It was just so unfortunate that Shame was able to sneak out on that Reaper and contest the point long enough for the eventual triple kill with the Deadeye that we just saw.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Boise State just didn't quite take into account that Fresno State was still up there after the grab ended, who could collapse. They just didn't quite respect those angles quite as much as they should have.
Let's get to our Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, and it is going to be Narbles. Was absolutely phenomenal on that tracer. Nearly helped will Boise State to a win on Dorado. Just couldn't quite get it done, but still was definitely something that at times Fresno State had no idea how to deal with.
Yeah, his tracer definitely put lots of damage onto almost everyone that Boise State wanted eliminated. Tracer was on them and putting out consistent damage, getting picks in the back line, just overall just being a massive nuisance for Fresno State.
I mean, probably the best pulse bomb success rate that I've ever seen. Also got a double kill as well. I mean, he was coming up on pulse bomb in that last fight, and I really think had Boise State maybe held for just a second longer, had 5 ults to the 2 or 3 that Fresno State had, they might have been able to get it done, but it's a little bit too aggressive here. So congratulations to Narble. He is your ICCU player of the game. Idaho Central Credit Union, he's a great player, makes the team more successful. It's like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Congratulations to Narble on his ICCU player of the game. As we wrap this one up, probably not the night Boise State Overwatch wanted, but it's always a great learning experience. What are your final takeaways from this night of Overwatch, Captain Stark?
I think all of the games we played today, they were a lot closer than the score would initially suggest. Like, we had a 0-3 against Fresno State. We went 1-2 against Utah. But each of those maps were so close. Like, there was one fight difference. We played it slightly better. We would have taken the victory in a lot of these maps. It was very close.
And the lone Boise State victory tonight, a 3-0 by the blue team over Champlain in the NECC to keep the blue team on the top spot there. But as you mentioned, a loss to Utah, a loss to Miami, Ohio in TESPA, and then the orange team can't quite get it done against Fresno State. But they were, as you mentioned, oh so close. Well, that will wrap everything up. You see your upcoming schedule for Boise State. We've got some high school Overwatch on the docket tomorrow. We've also got some Call of Duty, Madden, of course, and the Esports Tower Rumble next week, as well as more Overwatch and just a ton of good things are always coming on the Boise State Twitch page. So if you want to stay tuned, you want to check out any of those events, they intrigue you, just make sure you drop a follow on the channel, and you'll know when we go live, and you're going to catch some great action because there's always something happening here at Boise State. Well, that will do it for us. Now should have our top 5 plays. It's brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your gear of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. That will do it for us. Boise State Overwatch, a lot to learn, but there's a lot of good signs of things to come on the horizon. So until next time, enjoy these top 5 plays, and we'll see you next time. The Boise State Orange's playoff hopes. We'll see if they can rally as the NECC regular season is going to roll away. He's trying to kite Narbles as much as possible, but he's not going to be able to do it. Both tanks now dead. Nano's going to go on to Frost on the side of Boise State. Sugar's going to go down as he popped Dragon Blade. Unfortunately, Robin was still 12% away from the Nano. And Boise State going to make sure Fresno State can't fight on that Nano Blade, and they're going to be able to stop him. I'm curious to see who he wants to drop it on. He's going to drop it right on Icy. He's going to go charging in. Maywall goes up with with the Ant Matrix down, and Frost able to get the first elimination on the Bully Hunter. Deadeye comes out from Sugary, not able to find anything. Rigby's been taken out as well. Boise State's going to use that Nano to push through and get that card around that first corner that can be oh so difficult. From the minefield, Rally is going to come out from Nerdy. Boise State looking for somebody, able to take down Rigby and Sugar. To be able to keep pushing as the minefield from Frost, ironically enough, going to take down Bully. I don't think Robin intended to Nano Sliver there, and that's going to be a big reason why things went south for Fresno State. Bully Hunter will jump right in, nearly eliminate Icy. The Bully Hunter will be taken out. Sugar will fall as well. They'll lose Nerdy, though. Boise should be able to keep pushing here. Interesting that with the Echo, they don't have the Mercy to help pocket, as Robin's going to get burned down, and the Broncos are going to quickly pick up this first point.
Good surge. Boise State has all the tools they need to shut this down.
Oh, nice 5-man EMP from Frost. Can they find the punish, though? Immortality Field's been taken down on both sides. Bully and Sugar will be taken out. We're going to get down Rigby as well, who's on that grab. And now we're going to get a staggered recontest at best if you're Fresno State.